Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, Chair, FICCI Task Force and Blue Economy, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, Director General, National Maritime Foundation, Ambassador Anup Mudgal, Professor Subramaniam Raju, esteemed members of the FICCI Blue Economy Task Force, Mr. Pankaj Madan from the KAS, and Mr. Peter Emil in absentia. I think Pankaj is joining us today. Excellencies and esteemed industry members, virtual greetings to all. I hope that your families and you are all safe. It's a privilege and pleasure to address this distinguished gathering and welcome you all to the opening session of the third webinar, which is a part of a chain of webinars organized in a thought leadership quadrilateral project by FICCI, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, CAS, TERI and NMF on the blue economy, India's pathway to a sustainable, secure and resilient economy. As part of the series, 6 webinars in a national conference will be conducted from this year till next year. And this is a part of that project, which was conceptualized in pre-COVID times with CAS, and soon after the FICCI CAS report on the blue economy was released in January 2020, and many of the esteemed gentlemen who are on the call today were involved in that, and a very warm thank you to each one of them. The idea was to evolve a collective thought on the future path towards blue economy. FICCI is delighted to be associated with 2 stellar institutions, TERI and NMF, on this project, working on the sustainability and security aspects of the blue economy, respectively. Together, we hope to evolve a holistic picture of blue economy development for India and international partners. The project at FICCI is conducted by the Blue Economy team under the guidance of an eminent task force on blue economy that was originally established in 2016, leading to the publication of the first knowledge report on the blue economy in 2017. This report was presented at several national and international fora, including the IORA Ministerial Blue Economy in Jakarta and the Sustainable Development Conference in Fiji. The task force was reconstituted as a core group of experts for the second study by FICCI and KAS on blue economy, published this year in January. And now, through this project that brings 4 organizations together, we aim to conduct a discussion on various aspects that will culminate in a conference next year in March 2021, hopefully physically, if not digitally. Our endeavor as India's National Industry Association is to engage Indian industry in this dialogue. I'm pleased to share that we have senior industry leaders today as speakers in the sessions from India and abroad. In terms of investment in the blue economy, there is a strategic opportunity for Indian companies in over 10 sectors through public-private partnerships as well as international collaborations. Blue economy is also a high priority for Government of India with a budgetary allocation of about 53,000 crores since 2017 for the combined sectors. The sectors of the blue economy need to coexist with other sectors as they help build social equity and economic viability, including environmental sustainability. Collectively, we need to prioritize these innovations along with invention to ensure good ocean management, which can in turn bring social benefits that go far beyond the marine ecosystem. We are all virtually gathered here across different geographies and across different locations to deliberate upon the scope of the blue economy in the post-pandemic world. How do we leverage the potential of the traditional sectors and how do we finance the blue economy? We'll have sessions on opportunities in traditional sectors and new avenues for financing. With 3 more webinars to be held under the series, I would like to congratulate and thank the Blue Economy Task Force, KAS, TERI and NMF for their partnership, and of course, the leadership of the task force provided by the chair, Ambassador Ravi Bhatia, Ambassador Anup Mudgal, Professor Raju, and the other eminent members who are here today. I wish you a very successful deliberations and thank you for joining and taking forward this very important initiative. Have a good day ahead. Thank you. Over to you, Sushma.
Thank you, SG. Thank you for those remarks. Now I request Mr. Pankaj Madan, Deputy Head, India Office of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Mr. Madan has been engaged in several of the thought leadership projects as an institutional partner of FICCI, especially the Blue Economy Project. Over to you, Pankaj.
Thank you, Sushma. And that's the first question everybody asks, so why should I be an exception? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
you are.
Okay, good, good. So Dilipji has really done a stellar job of opening the inaugural session, and he has not left much for, remaining to be said by me. But also, you see, with the presence of such stellar intellects today, the likes of Rajiv Bhatia ji and Master Mudgal ji and so many others, I really feel that I should not take too much time because it's them, whom we have come to listen to. And as I said in the last workshop, also there oceans of knowledge are there, but oceans of question too will follow. With my extension of very warm welcome to everybody here, ladies and gentlemen, I hand you very quickly back over to Sushma.
Thank you for that, Pankaj. Thank you very much. The remarks may be brief, but the association has definitely been very long term. Thank you for the continued support. Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan is probably not here because I do not see his name. Sir, are you here? So in that case, I'll request Mr. R.R. Rashmi, who's a program director and a distinguished fellow with TERI, to give us his remarks.
thank you very much, Ms. Nair. Very good morning to all of you. It's an extremely topical idea that we are going to discuss today. Blue economy is increasingly becoming an active area of developmental and environmental activity challenges, and then more so because healthy ocean is extremely necessary for good business and a thriving economy. You must have seen in the last few years how oceans have become and a much greater area of interest and concern also for everyone. Last year, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change came up with a report on the oceans and the cryosphere, which outlined the changes which are happening in the oceans because of climatic reasons, and other changes in the weather systems across the globe. This affects not only the economic activities in the oceans, but also the livelihoods of the people who are extremely, very largely dependent on the health of the oceans. And there have been traditional sectors, there are new sectors emerging, and all of them pose some kind of environmental challenge because they have interface with the changing climate. So while we need to improve the traditional sectors and increasingly look at the potential of the new and growing sectors like ocean energy, the deep sea mining, and other activities which bring us to benefits, shipping, we need to ensure that the health of the oceans is not compromised. The livelihoods will depend on this, and the health of not just the oceans, but health of the climate will depend on this. And also, all of us are fully aware of the concern about the climate, which is now becoming the dominant concern of the economic communities, political community, the nations, and all the countries around the globe. So we need to maintain this fine balance between the health of the ocean, health of the climate, and the livelihoods. So, and then from TERI, we have a very active institute in Goa which looks at these issues. We are increasingly contributing to the scientific literature on this subject, and we will be happy to contribute in any manner. And then we congratulate the organizers for bringing the focus on this issue at a time like this when climate concerns are dominating our consciousness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. As FICCI, we've had a very good association with you in the past, your role as with the government of India, and we still value that all the advice and guidance we receive from you. Thank you for joining us today. Now, Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, the chair of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy, we hand over to him to set the tone for today's discussion. Ambassador Bhatia does not need too much of an introduction. His profile is there on the screen, but he has served in several of the Indian Ocean Rim countries. He has served in several senior capacities with the Ministry of External Affairs, and he continues to give guidance and original thought to a lot of scholarship that's happening in India today. And blue economy being our favorite, we will highlight that today. So over to you, Ambassador Bhatia.
Thank you very much, Sushma. My greetings to distinguished colleagues in FICCI, Dilip ji, Manish ji, and the Blue Economy team. Also, our very dear colleagues in the two sister institutions, National Maritime Foundation and TERI. And of course, above all, our dear colleague Pankaj, who is always very helpful and generous. And we are particularly and sincerely grateful to him because but for his supporting us all in a visionary manner, not today, but for the last 2 or 3 years, we may not be standing at this milestone. Dear friends, as we all know, this is the third DGNR, and this is for blue economy on prosperity in the post-pandemic world. And here we are particularly going to focus on opportunities in traditional sectors and new avenues for financing. This is the long mouthful but very meaningful title, and I thought I should begin by highlighting it because a lot of our viewers need to be clear as to what we are doing here. This is an ambitious project launched by 4 eminent institutions. I think individuals do not matter beyond a point. It is institutions. And here the great German institution CAS, National Maritime Foundation, TERI, and FICCI, each a pioneer in its own field, has come together to create this completely new and unprecedented format of dialogue and working together in India. And therefore, the very fact that they all have come together is very, very important, and it's also very encouraging, if I may say. Let me complete the sincere formality by pointing out our appreciation for the blue economy team of FICCI, which has mounted excellent logistical support. But at the same time, also, they have produced a very thought-provoking concept paper or discussion paper, and I will come to that a little later, because I'm sure that after this dialogue is over, it is possible that many of us may wish to go back to some of the very weighty ideas which have gone into that paper, and I'm sure that paper would also be available in the public domain. Now, at this stage, I have exactly 8 minutes, and I would like to really pose only 4 issues or articulate 4 very clear points, because frankly, while this format is very useful, we ought to be fully aware that our ability to hold people's attention is getting limited in this special age. So my first essential point would be that the time of defining and conceptualizing blue economy is well past now. I think we have spent quite a lot of time in the last 4 years to keep telling each other as to what my definition of blue economy is. Millions of words have been written and spoken on this particular theme. And I think by and large, those who are reasonably well informed have a fairly clear idea as to what blue economy is all about. We noted in this context that the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council addressed this issue in its report which has now been put in public domain. And the authors argued there that India has a certain definition and that India should strive to get other countries, to create a consensus on this particular definition. Now we can all go back and have a look at that definition. It may be difficult for every country, every scholar to decide that this is one and only definition. I think we are a plural society. We are marked by plurality of thought. And therefore, as long as we have a broad idea about what blue economy stands for, I think we should be quite okay. I think that is the important thing we have to remember. The essence today, specifically from the viewpoint of our holistic approach that the three institutions have developed with the support of CAS, is that today we are looking at the economic viability of blue economy projects. We are looking, secondly, at the business profitability of the operations and projects. We are also undoubtedly not neglecting at all the sustainability dimension, sustainability from the environmental angle. And obviously, we have to not forget the social dimension part or the social inclusion part. And all these four principles have to be adhered to within the larger context of security in this domain, because naturally without security, as we discovered at the very first DigiNAR, no further progress is possible. So this is where we are, and let us focus on how we can try to adhere to these four fundamental principles that govern blue economy as far as we can see. My second point is that the impact of blue economy is huge. As the concept note makes it very clear, this sector is generating over $1.5 trillion worth of goods, products, services, technologies. This is more than half of India's total GDP. 350 million jobs are involved globally. About 1 billion people are dependent for their food on the oceans, the major receptacle of blue economy. So in that context, again, to go back to the study which I referred earlier, that study has projected that 4% of India's GDP is contributed by blue economy. Now, this seems to be a broad estimate. It could be an underestimate. But the central point is that whatever may be the exact number, it is going to go up in the next 10 years. So we are dealing with a sector, the importance of which, the total quantum of which will continue to grow, and therefore our effort to promote the possibilities and opportunities must keep pace with it. My third point is that moving from the generalization to focus on particular approach, we can say that the time is now ripe for a deep dive into the sectoral possibilities. This was the driving motivation for FICCI to design this particular third seminar. Instead of looking at 10 or 12 sectors in one go, it was thought that the best thing will be today to focus on two specific aspects, very critical aspects of importance of blue economy. One, the traditional sectors, and the other, the financing aspects. So viewers may like to take note of the fact that in this first session, which will follow soon after the inaugural session, we would be zeroing in on the traditional sectors, and we have a galaxy of experts to talk about this today and help us to understand as to where things are and where things can really go. So this is a very important point. And with regard to the second session, I'm sure when the time comes, the chair will talk about it as well. My fourth and last point relates to the 7 questions, 7 very specific and pertinent questions which have been raised in the concept note. I think if we can even comprehend fully the weight or the burden of those questions, let alone the answers, we, each of us, can actually begin to justify our curiosity about blue economy. And of those 7 questions, the question which struck me as most important was as to how to create synergy among multiple stakeholders in this field. We have governments, business, academia, scientific community, media, other experts, other pillars. The whole challenge is to create a convergence, a synergy, so that we don't work at cross purposes, but we rather collaborate and we enhance each other's ability to ensure that blue economy creates and generates more wealth than it is doing so far. And in this context, I must say that the authors of the note chose a very good phrase when they said that we need to encourage, and I'm quoting here, proactive, inclusive, and non-intrusive governance in this field. I think each word has its own significance because they are all plugging for a very noble and a doable objective, which is to create a new wave of development, a kind of a blue revolution. So here, the central idea is that a new part of human endeavor is opening up, the total holistic picture of blue economy. And this is not just for our generation, it is very much for the next generations as well. And therefore, I think it will make a lot of sense for our young scholars, young business people, young journalists to begin to understand this, because this concept is going to be with them for the coming decades. So in the end, as a concluding thought, what I would like to point out is that as our panelists share their expertise with us, and as they unveil the chapters of their knowledge of blue economy, kindly do remember the platform on which we are speaking today. Kindly do remember the mindset of a CEO of a business company in India who has some knowledge about blue economy and a lot more interest and enthusiasm about it. And he is here investing his next 2 or 3 or 4 hours to learn from us as to how we can help him to run his business better, as to how we can help him to plan his operations in this field better. I think if we can keep that perspective in mind, we would know that we are not talking of just a mere academic seminar. They are very good and I have nothing against them, but this is at the platform of India's premier chamber of business and industry, and the purpose would really be served if we can keep in mind the needs and the perspectives of our business community. So with these words, let me once again thank every single person who has made this very important conference possible. And we are all determined to work in complete harmony today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for setting the tone, not just for this discussion, the webinar, the 2 sessions today, but also for our long-term work on blue economy. And obviously, you've given us the context, the reasons why blue economy is important. The most important aspect, as you highlighted, is the collaboration between various stakeholders and all the pillars, not working in silos, but working together. The academic, the scientific, industry, and policy experts, everybody together for the purpose of blue economy. Thank you for that, sir. I'd also like to acknowledge and welcome Ms. Jyoti Vij, who's with us today. She's a Deputy Secretary General at FICCI, and we've received a lot of support and guidance from her as we planned the session today. Welcome, ma'am. Thanks for logging in today. Now we go to the first session. As you see on the screen, the session will discuss the traditional sectors of blue economy. The speakers are here, and Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia will be moderating this session. So without much ado, let me hand over back to Ambassador Bhatia to conduct the session.
Thank you very much. Now my role would be very minimal at this stage. I have to note once again that we have to thank FICCI to have produced a very substantive panel for this session. The session is going to look at specific traditional sectors, and we all know that while there are quite a few of them, 6 or 8 of them, the focus probably is going to be on fishing and aquaculture sectors, and also all the sectors relating to shipping, that is shipping, ports, coastal shipping, logistics, and the allied activities. And of course, the panelists will be free very much to decide what they want to focus and what kind of knowledge they wish to share with us. Now, in this context, I think what is significant is to try to follow the timeline. So the lead presenter would naturally have 15 minutes, and thereafter each panelist will be kind enough to restrict his expression of views to 10 minutes. So I think this is all agreed. So in that context, now it gives me great pleasure to invite a member of FICCI's Blue Task Force, Professor A. Subramaniam Raju. He is professor at Center for South Asian Studies and also coordinator for the Center for Maritime Studies at the Pondicherry University. He is a true scholar. He is a prolific writer. He has a series of books to his credit, which have either been authored or edited by him on the broader issue of South Asia, the maritime domain, and also blue economy. So Professor Raju, you have the floor. I think your details are already there, and I'm sure people are looking forward to listening to you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the FICCI for the opportunity given to me to be part of this today's event. And my presentation is on opportunities in traditional sectors of blue economy. An outline of my presentation, where I have 5 parts in my presentation: introduction, India's maritime profile, developing blue economy, opportunities in traditional sectors, and finally, I conclude my presentation. In introduction, I would like to say a few words. Due to paucity of time, I'll just limit my introduction by saying blue economy is the most recent discourse in the developing countries, and the concept is an ocean-related development model. And the discourse over, the discourse revolves around development and environment, and how development and environment will go together. That is the focal point in which we talk about how to develop blue economy. And unless we know about India's maritime profile, it is very difficult for us to what extent we could develop blue economy. And we know very well about the kind of area which we have, exclusive economic zone and land frontier or coastline or continental shelf, which are reasonably very good. In that case, we talk about that India has to develop a blue economy. And that is how India's profile has been enhanced in maritime domain. And we know about the various sectors in blue economy, which I don't want to talk about it because all well-learned scholars over here, which I don't need to talk about those, the sectors of blue economy. And we need to look at about the future growth scenario for globally of different sectors by 2030, and that could really perhaps will help us to talk about the relevance of blue economy. The coastal tourism by 2030 it is expected to be double, and oil gas is going to be seen by 2030 double. Offshore wind is going to be 40 times more than what we have at the present. Seabed mining is going to be 10 times more. Shipping is going to be 4 times more, and fishery is going to be 1 time more than what we have. Aquaculture is going to be double, and by 2050 we are going to see the population is going to be 9.5 billion. And that is the scenario in which we are going to look at in the future, and that really perhaps will make us to understand the relevance of blue economy. And come to our India's blue economy. As we know very well, and we always talk about that the some of the initiatives taken by the Indian government, where we talk about blue chakra in Indian flag symbolizes blue economy. Project Mosam, which we talk about, though it was started in 2014, but still it is not in operational. But primarily it is also looking at how to re-establish the historical linkage with East Asian countries, particularly Southeast Asia, which is also essentially part of Sagarmala project, which is also very essential when we are talking about blue economy, because it focuses more on constructing ports, coastal infrastructure, on inland waterways, fishing, tourism, and etc. Sagar, which is also again can be seen as a part of blue economy. But there are challenges as we see, and Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, his initial remarks is talking about the revenue. I think this is very important when you're talking about estimation of revenue is a challenge for India, because unless we know the how much revenue we revenue generates from ocean, it would be difficult for us to talk about to what extent we could think about blue economy. And also, unless we know about the revenue comes from sea, it would be difficult for us to prioritize the sectors. And also, we have two policies at one policy at national level and the second policy at state level. But there should be a coordination and synergy between the policies of state and nation. And this could be actually revolves around the estimation of revenue. That is something very important for us when we talk about blue economy to be developed in Indian context. And synergy between private and public companies, which is also essential when we talk about blue economy. Sharing know-how technology, it is another aspect we need to look at when we talk about blue economy. But when you look at some of the important traditional sectors, fisheries could be seen as which is a long history compared with other emerging blue economy sectors. Fishing sector employs 15 million people in India. A large number of people, about 40 lakhs 56,213 people engage in fishing. There are about 3,432 villages, 1,537 fish landing centers, and 8,74,749 families depend on fishing. I think this is something where we need to look at that how Indian government needs to take initiatives to increase fish production, prevent illegal fishing, and prevent over-exploitation. I think there is something needs public investment in fisheries like availability of seeding, refrigeration, roads, transportation, markets, and communication. Successive governments somehow concentrated more on subsidies rather than enhancing infrastructure that lead to the fishing community could not improve their livelihoods. Aquaculture, due to depletion, overfishing, and illegal fishing, I think that it can be extended to aquaculture, which we have seen in 2016, where it is Indian government has developed around 26.869 hectares area of aquaculture, which has benefited 63,372 fishermen. I think this is also very important sector that needs to be enhanced when we talk about blue economy. The another aspect of another sector of blue economy could be seen ports, which could play a very significant role in economic growth, because when you talk about the sharing of coastal shipping in the transportation sector is merely 6.5% by ships compared to 30% by rail and 57% by road. I think this is something where we look at that how shipping is so important, how ports could be seen as instrumental in terms of economic growth. Shipbuilding, we know very well about 95% of country trade, by volume, 95% and 70% in terms of value is moved by sea. And it is the cheapest, fastest, and safest mode of transportation, and it facilitates for global trade and contributes to economic growth. And we know India was an ancient seafaring nation, and we have seen port at Lothal and the Indus Valley port example. But where are we now? We are behind China, now South Korea, Japan, European Union, and Vietnam. And this is something where we need to look at how best one could look at to improve the shipbuilding, which is very, very important, because most of the shipyards are primarily defense oriented. We need to have autonomy to compete in the international and national market. And we have advantage in terms of cheap labor cost, established steel industry, skilled manpower, know-how technology, but somehow we fail to have the domestic capacity, and in which we are not able to improve the shipbuilding and ship repair. And this is something 65% of Indian cargo goes by foreign ships. On one hand, we are talking about 95% of the country's trade by volume, it goes moved by sea. But on the other hand, we look at 65% of Indian cargo goes by foreign ships. I think this is very, very important when we talk about shipbuilding. We need to concentrate more on shipbuilding, because most of these ships are 41% of fleet is over 20 years old, and 13% of fleet is over 16 to 20 years old. And we are unable to participate in critical sectors like LNG or carriers. We had to increase quantity of cargo, lack of trained and qualified seafarers. And that is something where we need to look at about how to develop, how to strengthen the shipbuilding sector. Tourism is another sector which is very, very important, and the largest global business, employs 1 out of every 11 persons globally. And this can be seen as source of foreign exchange, and it can be seen as a vital sector of the economy. 80% of all tourism takes place in coastal states, and we have 9 coastal states and 2 union territories, and we have a long coast. I think this is something we need to look at how to improve further about our tourism sector, when it is also part of blue economy. Marine biotechnology, which is also very, very important, because strategic metals like nickel, cobalt, copper, uranium, thorium, titanium are very, very important when we talk about development. And this is something where we need to look at about. And also we can also, marine biotechnology can also contribute for medication for chronic pain, and also we can also contribute to these pharmaceutical sectors. India, another sector of traditional sector of blue economy could be blue energy. We know very well about India's energy security is linked up with growth and poverty, economic reforms, population growth, urbanization, demographic transition, growing transport sector in India are resulting in a rapid demand for more and more energy. The demand for energy consumption is likely to increase many folds. Thereby, we talk about there are hundreds of isolated communities, particularly scattered around the coastal areas, and they need to access to power. The volume of, so this is what we look at, bioenergy could really help us to improve our efficiency, also improve to less dependence on importing energy endowments. There is one data which talks about that The volume of methane gas in the deep ocean is estimated 1900 TCIM, and it is presumed that only 10% of recovery can meet India's energy requirements for 100 years. I think we have seen explorations in different places like Krishna, Godavari, Mahanadi, which could really help us to meet some of our energy demands. Private sector, which is also a very important aspect when you're talking about how to improve, how to develop our economy, because there is a significant need for private sector to scale up blue economy investment for the benefit of the both communities and companies. There are opportunities like efficiency, more engaged workforce, stronger relation with the government, greater level of innovation, enhanced reputation, access to new markets, access to new sources, and lower cost of capital. I think the government must provide effective policies, regulatory regimes to enable sustained private sector operation and investment. I think this is something where we need to look at that how private sector could play very, very significant role when we are talking about expecting 2024 $5 trillion economy. I think this is a private sectors will have a crucial role in different sectors, and particularly in blue economy. I think this is something where we look at. And then next aspect which could be governance at sea. This is something where we look at, because safeguarding frontier ports and offshore whatever, I think we had listened to the first webinar where it was talking about maritime security. So I just skip that part of my presentation. And when we talk about maritime security, is always seen as the enabler of the blue economy, but essentially we need to look at how maritime security can be seen as one of the sectors within the blue economy, because port development and shipping will require investment in security and defense. Thereby, we need to look at that maritime security can be seen as one of the sectors within blue economy. And so we need to look at about 2015 Coastal Governance Index from Economist Intelligence Unit evaluates, the coastal governance, which is very, very important when we are talking about different sectors of blue economy. It is also linked up with the coastal governance, and we have seen that among 70 countries, India is also has ranking 17 among 20 in terms of business environment for coastal activities and living resources. It is ranking 17. So I think probably I think we need to look at, when we are talking about developing blue economy, we need to look at about promoting coastal governance, which is essentially important. So finally,
my apologies, Professor Raju. In about 2 minutes, can you try to conclude, please?
I'm in the final part of my presentation.
Great.
And in my conclusion, I look at that India cannot become an economic power unless it becomes a maritime power. And there is a strong linkage between maritime power and blue economy. And it needs to have an independent ministry for blue economy, and blue clusters need to be formed. I think blue clusters are very, very important, either in terms of investment, either in terms of sharing know-how technology, or in terms of industry. I think primarily we need to look at a power of ideas and power of innovation, which both combination of ideas and innovation will translate into power of technology. I think that will really help us, to develop blue economy. India can be a global leader in several coastal and marine industries, and that could be possible when you if there is a transition from an ocean economy to a blue economy. So finally, I conclude Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which translates as collective effort and inclusive growth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Raju, for your comprehensive presentation. You have covered the whole menu of sectors and subsectors that go into the traditional side of the blue economy. You have, in a very clear manner, pointed out where the opportunities are, what the needs are, and therefore the way to meet those challenges, whether they pertain to fishing, aquaculture, coastal shipping, marine tourism, shipbuilding, the security side of the needs, and the question of the governance. I think your last formulation will stay with us for some time when you stress that India cannot be a real economic power without becoming a maritime power, and that between maritime power and development of blue economy, there is a huge linkage. So I hope that some very suitable ideas are coming out here, and I'm sure your presentation will attract quite a lot of questions. Dear friends, at this stage, I would now like to bring the next panelist before you, Captain B.V.J.K. Sharma. He is the chairman, shipping of FICCI Committee on Transport Infrastructure. He is director ports in the CEO's office in Adani Ports and SEZ. He has over 38 years of experience in the Indian maritime sector and has played an extensive role in the advancement of the sector, including shipping, marine management, and port connectivity, as well as various side of administration. He has a long biodata, but I think he probably himself would like me to invite him now so that we could have a peep into his policy thinking and, more importantly, his experience in this field. And as a practicing business leader, I think we would do well by paying him utmost attention. Captain Sharma, you have the floor.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, yes.
My apologies. I have just stopped over on a highway to speak. I was traveling, and I would have loved to be more organized, but I just stopped my car, and that's why you will see my posture like this. So I'm sitting in a car to get in touch with you all. I've stopped on the highway. So it's very apt that we have chosen this topic, and I'm thankful that FICCI continues to organize such things and gives us the opportunity. So we have a very esteemed panelist today, along with me, Mr. Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, Najib, Girish Sriraman, Anwar, Hashim, Rajiv Ranjan, and many other luminaries, Mr. Bhatia. So I, from the Adani side, I'm very thankful that we continue to get patronage from the FICCI Association and all the leaders, and we have been able to stand guard and do whatever best we could. But the chosen topic is very apt today, and we know currently around 7 billion is Earth's population is likely to go to 8 billion by 2027. And this significant rise will definitely generate more demand for goods and services, which will further put pressure on the ocean resources, thus making our topic very relevant for today. And then I would feel that the key sustainability challenges confronting our society are very complex today. And the actual solution lies in adopting sustainability, which implies sustainable production and consumption of products, innovation in sustainable food systems, and transition towards a low carbon society. We have to learn to consume less and less. As in Germany, I've heard on a restaurant people saying that resources belong to the country, you may be rich. So per capita consumption, we need to address to, and then start working on transportation, logistics, every field that we work with a single sustainable thinking that we want to travel towards low carbon society. This commitment has to come from one and all. And I feel in this blue economy, the main sectors, they include ocean fisheries, tourism, transportation, marine energy, seabed mining of minerals, and the blue carbon sequestration by restoring mangroves and seagrasses, restoring, protecting, and maintaining the diversity, productivity, and resilience of marine ecosystems. This will all require definitely a clean technology and the latest technology. We should not shy away from using robotics, nanotechnology, digitalization, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, circular material flows, even the circular economy. The concept of sustainability is important and relevant. And in a circular economy like this, all these economic activities really build and rebuild overall health of the systems. So the ocean for trade
Have
recreation, and many other goods and services are depending on the ocean mode of transport. At the same time, ocean faces multiple challenges due to increasing pressure from human impact. Example, we cause plastic pollution, overfishing, the acidification of the ocean, etc. And regional and global economies depend on healthy oceans. As the population is growing to 8 billion, probably today about 3 billion people depend on the seafood industry as their main source of food. So I believe that as the population is growing, this demand for ocean transport and clean waters will be very paramount, and people dependence on the blue economy will go higher and higher as the percentage in I believe will still go higher. Today it could be 3 billion people dependent on seafood as the primary source of protein, but it could go as up as 5 billion, and not very far in next 10 years itself. And those economic contributions are very intrinsic, which create value of, of for this ocean transport. They are very deeply rooted in our cultural, spiritual, and scientific benefits of the ocean. Of course, this pandemic has had an indelible impact on our shipping sector, and shipping is still struggling with it, but ports are somehow able to come up and address this challenge. We still have issues like labor availability for destuffing of containers, but net imports have gone down by 28% and exports have gone up by 24% in especially, and that has caused challenge today in the availability of the containers, and temporarily the freights have gone up, which defeats the purpose of blue economy. But there is a skew today because of empty movement of containers and the pandemic that we are on to. But again, this change seems to be permanent, that India will continue to get opportunity and more exports would happen. It's the shoots are visible, and if we can get on to this momentum where uh, there is a shift in the logistic chains from China to India, we have to rethink the way we plan our strategy in balancing between imports and ports. And very key model to this footprint is the possibility of getting both ways traffic, where we had a lot of import cargo coming up, export was less. So at one point in time, empties were going out at a cost of India to Jebel Ali or to Colombo. Now we are importing empty container. Ideally, there should be a good balance. And that balance has to come in all modes of transport, be it waterways, be it roadways, and a deliberate modal shift by the government is required to see that road cargo shifts to rail, rail cargo shifts to waterways, be it inland waterways, coastal, and thus we contribute to the sustainable low carbon consumption society. With this pandemic, workforce is reduced, and government is trying to address that. And with this reduced workforce and cargo congestion due to closure of ports, there was a disruption in the entire supply chain, including movement of essential goods. And I'm sure that we all know that it had a very great impact on the cruise industry due to travel and tourism restrictions. So the shipping sector under the blue economy is a very traditional sector, which encompasses multitudinous of aspects, including shipbuilding, cruise, passenger ships, and specialized vessels in ship repairing, port development, cargo management, maritime logistics, and much more. The industry is also interconnected with dredging and shipbreaking. With Korea and Japan have been the pioneers of historic shipbuilding. Will India catch up? Over the years, India has emerged a significant stakeholder in this sector. Yet there is untapped potential for shipbuilding and related industries in India. We all know that our share of inland waterways, with even after lifting cabotage restrictions, have not gone up from much. We have reached from 6 to 7%. Ideally, government wants it at 12%, and there are countries which have a coefficient of 45% on waterways. So, as the chair of Shipping FICCI Committee on Transport Infrastructure, I would like to take this opportunity and highlight that FICCI, under this Blue Economy initiative, has been engaging with various industries of blue economy and institutions like the World Ocean Council. And Ocean Council has done immense amount of work on blue economy. And the paper that has been produced is very, very relevant. As part of research, FICCI has come across various countries who have initiated successful strategies, policies, and practice of blue economy in their countries. So I should like to give a just brief that maritime transportation almost accounts for about 80% of global trade. In India, it's about 70% by value and about 90% by value. But looking at the percentage coefficient of 80% global trade through maritime transportation, it is that important. And I'm very glad to say that recently government has decided to rename our ministry. It was always Ministry of Shipping, and 2 days back when Hajira Goga ferry service was getting launched from the terminal that we built, our Prime Minister announced that the shipping ministry will be renamed, and ports, it will be Ministry for Port, Shipping and Waterways. It was very, very important, and otherwise it was not carrying the relevant message globally. Of course, ideal situation is that you have a unified Ministry of Transport, but with our system, we have found it's very difficult. Commerce Ministry is trying to coordinate the logistics, but many countries have the ideal situation where they have unified transport ministry. And as per 2018 report of UNCTAD on maritime transport, the world seaborne trade is projected to expand at a compound annual growth rate of 3.8% from 2000, between 2018 and 2023. This growth of the shipping industry is directly proportional to the shipping cycle. And for example, as per the Stopford 1997, if the active merchant fleet is 1,000 million deadweight tonnage and seaborne trade grows by 5%, it can generate demand for additional 50 million deadweight of new ships. So there is a need for leveraging this potential that the sector has, which will ultimately contribute to the GDP alongside, and it will also attract investments in the sector desired, which is the relevant topic of today, blue economy sector. So in addition to these, there is also need to understand the horizontal vertical equation where horizontal cooperation between shipyards permits them to manage orders and the personnel that work in shipbuilding industry in and under their capacity, we can enhance the way we have been lagging in the past, that we were not able to economically build ships. So it's very important that the personnel in shipbuilding, manufacturing personnel in times of you know they have to get trained. Earlier we were known only good at making the hull, but 60-70% of the ship, the equipment and material were coming from outside, and we were not able to compete, and we had to pay upfront taxes and then get the money back. That has been addressed, but to tap this potential, we need to do a lot of work, and there is a lot of scope for us to improve and compete. Right now the demand is suppressed, but I'm sure with the numbers that are coming up and unlocking taking place, and where we get re-triggered, and with this imbalance getting addressed between export and imports, there will be demand, and there is a lot of innovation taking place. In earlier, at 1.5 2-meter draft you could carry 1,000 tons, but now there are designs, and people are redesigning their lock gates and trying to see within the same draft we can carry 4,000-ton cargo. This is another challenge that has been addressed, and those designs have been put up by Inland Waterways on their website, and people can take advantage of that. So I would request that this potential can only come through by both private participation and government intervention. Government has done something, but in the private people initiative, more confidence is required, and that would be very important, because as soon as we carry cargo through the waterways, there are always issue in the river front, whether we will get connected to the road or rail, and this unified system of latest working is addressing, and I can see a lot of volumes from Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar moving through our NW1, NW2,
Yeah.
and almost 5.
Captain Sharma, thank you. Carry on, but maybe in a minute or two, can you kindly try to conclude?
So I would try and conclude so that I would say in conclusion, no, that with this growth of industry and townships that depend on the sea and contribute to global trade through sea connectivity, Indian companies need to make use of this modern, sustainable, and green technologies available. And we need to also work towards autonomous solutions to bring about revolutionary changes in the shipping and shipbuilding industries. And we should also explore business opportunities in the area of transportation of materials recovered from deep seabed, port facilities, and storage facilities. And Indian industry should take further steps and look at maritime collaborations with other countries who have been successful, and they have a sustainable model available, and they have already carved a niche in shipping and shipbuilding industry. With this, my remark, I conclude and wish very intellectual deliberation. And the end of this, FICCI should come out and put up a paper which can be circulated to the ministry. And as a chairman of FICCI, I would like to thank all of you and seek your permission to drop off from the network now, because I've just stopped over.
Just stay on for a minute, Captain Sharma. Thank you so much. I think first of all, even before I make my comments, I would like to request Secretariat to take a photograph. I think those of us who have switched off the video, please switch it on for the historic occasion. I think we'll wait for a few seconds to get this formality over. I think it is very important. And please do smile.
We have to be as photogenic as you.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, you know, you are in the most enviable situation now. I think that has been done. I just want to say, Captain Sharma, thank you very much. I think the fact that you stopped your journey and you spoke to us from your vehicle indicates the present era, and also your commitment to share your experience and your knowledge with all of us. We are really grateful and very appreciative of it. I think your own presentation undoubtedly is reflective of your experience and knowledge. I think our arc of awareness about the vast scope and nature of shipping and port industry certainly stand increased today. You spoke frankly about the complex challenges facing the country, the great importance of the renaming. We were all reading about this in the press and wondering. Now we know what is the significance behind it. But essentially what struck me very important was your stress on two things, need for new technology and the desirability of international collaborations. I think this is very significant. We can certainly try to develop self-dependence and self-reliance, but this is not the inward-looking self-reliance I think we are aiming at. We want to connect with the world, and I think this platform will certainly help us, because we have so many foreign stakeholders involved in this very ambitious project. So thank you so much. And in case you really have to go,
thank you very much.
We will not hold you back. Thank you, Captain Sharma.
Dear
friends,
thank you very much.
Great pleasure now to move to the next panelist, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar. He is a multimodal transport expert. He is a blue economy activist. I think members of our Blue Economy Task Force in FICCI, particularly Ambassador Anu Mudgal, Professor Raju, Professor Atri, all of us should note that we have a soulmate here, Blue Economy activist. He is president of All India Marine Pilots Association, and he's also the head of the coastal shipping Seacal Logistics Limited. So he's obviously a man with multifarious experience, and we request him to use his full 10 minutes to share his knowledge and experience with us. Over to you, Captain Saab.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's good afternoon, 9 minutes past 12. Thank you very much. Thank you, FICCI, for this opportunity to express my views on a very dear subject, and of course, the activism that we carry out in blue economy in creating awareness, and also the maritime consciousness awareness in the industry and also outside the industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatia, for your introduction, and of course, setting the right tone of this conference. I have a presentation to make, so I will share the screen, and there are about 18, 19 slides there, which I will quickly run through. Okay, you're doing it. Okay, fine. Okay, so fine. Today's, without further ado, and with all the inaugural session speakers and also the speaker of our session has clearly established the goals for the discussion as well as for the narration of this particular webinar. I take this opportunity to elaborate on certain traditional sectors which I am from, like being from a shipping professional, shipping background of ports and shipbuilding, and working for fisheries. I think would like to only stick to those kind of traditional sectors which are predominantly there for years, and we need to really work on them. Of course, the new sectors are also very promising and also will pave a way to take the contribution to national grid from the blue economy. However, having said that, on traditional sectors, blue economy has been around for thousands of years now. We're not having called that. The phrase was coined only in 2010. We adopted 2015. Prime Minister spoke in Mauritius, and so on and so forth. We all know the story and history. The concepts of ports. Port is a bigger part of again another traditional sector of the economy. Has been around for 4,500, since 4,500 BC. Concept of transport over water has been around for 7,500 BC. Fishing is a prehistoric practice dating back to at least 40,000 years. We've been dependent on the ocean. We don't care for it till date. That's fine, but we've been dependent on the protein supplement. The entire half of the world population is getting a 15% of their protein and supplement annually from the oceans. And of course, shipbuilding has been around in India, at least, on records, and the ships for transportation from 3,500 BC. So having said that, the traditional sectors I was talking about are not the sectors which are very new. And on the present, I would like to tell you a small gist of what the blue capital of India is all about. We must have seen this, heard this in many forums as well. But if you look at the rivers and canals and dams and reservoirs and tank and ponds, we have about 7 million hectares of land which is under this thing, and which is grossly underutilized. I mean, this speaks a volume of our efforts and actions. I'm not trying to be critique of government or critique of any efforts being done in this. We are on a slow path on the economy. Excuse me. We understand that, and this is why we appreciate and hold this kind of webinars to get the people around us. Can you go to the next one, please? Yeah, these are the. I mean, okay, there's some correction. The 5 sectors I'm going to talk about: ports and shipping, fisheries, aquaculture and mariculture, logistics and shipbuilding. These are the sectors I will stick to. This is in ports and shipping, we know the development of coastal economic zones, which is a very good move from government of India as to, a coast-led development, port-led development. We will definitely think. Let's look at the port sector. See the set targets of the port sector. We have 199 projects for modernization of ports which are underway at the moment. We have planned investment of $22 billion, by 2003-5. The target capacity of over, 3,130 million metric tons by 225 Indian ports of cargo handling. And minor ports have to at least generate 1,500 million metric tons. And that would take the port sector to a really, really significant level of revenue generation. What we are at this time now. Next one, please. So my slide, have you understood the presentation part? I would give you what is the gist of the sector and what needs to be done. So I want to be that crisp in this kind of a webinar. We have a esteemed crowd here. They all are bigwigs and been there, know that kind of stuff. But for the viewers, and to reiterate somebody said, professor said in the beginning, as to get India to maritime power, to get to the economic power. So we need to bring this awareness. In ports, we are still at the index which is lower in the world for ease of doing business. Cargo segregation is one of the very important practices the Indian ports need to follow, and there's very hardly any efforts are being done on this. When we talk about the foreign cargo in terms of customs, domestic cargo and foreign cargo. So unless that kind of segregation like airports is done in Indian ports, the port sector is going to lag behind. Mechanization is one of the very prominent aspects, and of course the Sagarmala is devoted to that. So we will see some mechanization going on. I mean, of course, the private ports are almost there, but the key is in sustainability again in mechanization, which I'll come to my last slide and show the challenges of mechanization as well. Deepening of drafts to serve the economies of scale, because more and more ships and the bigger ships that we are looking at today to serve in Indian ports are still not being able to do that, and we need to have this kind of exercise because we have a the ocean ports which are situated at the river, at the mouth of the river. We have silting issues and things like that. Speedy evacuation basically is a function of your interland connectivity and multimodal transportation and things like that. So this is also one of the very important aspects of port industry. Multimodal hubs in ports. This is a new concept now which is coming up, and rightly so. We need to have this in all ports. That we need to have a connectivity for evacuation of cargo from all ports in a multimodal. The customer has to be given a choice, and of course the kind of efficiency that we need to achieve by multimodal. Port industrialization, of course, we have been talking about it. Port-led industrialization is one of the aspects of Sagarmala, and the more of the port land is going to be utilized. Now we have the law shifting from Port Trust Act to the Major Port Authority Bill, which will definitely be very instrumental in making the ports industrialized, having industries of export import into the ports itself. So we don't have infrastructure development kind of issues in the ports. Tariff structures is also one of the major concerns with the foreign players these days. Major ports, minor ports. We have these factions. I don't know why, but we're looking at becoming a maritime power, looking at putting this particular sector onto the blue economy. We need to get these hurdles out of the way. I mean, all over the Europe there is one tariff. Out of the America there is one tariff. Out of the, I mean, when we have this kind of structures, Brazil there's one tariff. So why do we have this kind of private ports and minor ports and major ports and things like that, which really definitely has a call taking kind of a decision making with the cargo owners and cargo consignors. Next one, please. Indian shipping. Let's move into shipping from ports now. See the overview. We are looking at the growth of Indian shipping, but the efforts are really less. And unless, I mean, the ports, as long as the ports are there, we can't have the ships. I mean, when we have the ships, definitely have the ports. So what comes first is, of course, the shipping. We need to develop that coastal shipping, Indian fleet, things like that. Definitely, if somebody studies the Chinese module of development of coastal shipping and the inland waterways, you will definitely agree with me that we need to get these numbers. We are just about 1.83% of the world's total tonnage, and that's nowhere. I mean, that's going nowhere with respect to the Indian flag as such. Rest everything is the numbers are known to you. What we have on the coast is only 885 vessels at the moment. Out of them 126 is the foreign flag vessels. Can we go to the next one, please? What needs to be done for shipping? I mean, of course, there has been again a lot been elaborated. I have been operating the coastal shipping ships in India, as well as from Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia perspective. Earlier, my avatar of different company. So exactly know where we are lacking in our coastal shipping policy. The coastal vessel bill is on the way now, and we definitely need on that a comprehensive coastal shipping policy. When I say a comprehensive coastal shipping policy, doesn't mean only licensing or cabotage kind of stuff. We need to have a development of stakeholder. I mean, the very simply put, one sentence to cover this all. We need to have the policies which will act for the business. Not the businesses which are to suit for the policies. That kind of attitude, unless the government has, having will and wish and putting it on paper to the stakeholder are two different things altogether. So we need to have a comprehensive coastal shipping policy. Developing trade-specific ports and supporting infrastructure is okay. Can't express this anymore. I mean, we know it. We know the trade. We know the origin destination studies of ours and trade relations of our all our 39 countries of Indian Ocean Region Association. So people, have been here in this forum. They've been there in these countries and they've seen the trade relations between these countries. We need to have a dedicated kind of a coastal trade freight corridors, even for the inland coastal shipping, even for the coastal shipping which is within India. We need to have a fiscal improvement in fiscal regime. We still have a duties on bunkers. It's all non-conducive kind of practices which will not be beneficial to the coastal shipping as such. We still have duties on bunkers and things like that. We still have the coastal shipping, whichever is working now, is working on subsidies of port related charges and vessel related charges and things like that.
My apologies again to you, Karanjikar Saab. This is moving beautifully, but it is my task to point out that you have to kindly conclude in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So it will take maybe 5 minutes. So be liberal to me for 2 minutes.
Because we are keen to have some questions as a mark of respect to the audience, and that is the reason why I'm acting in this rather difficult way. But I hope you will appreciate.
No, thank you very much for your applauding, and I appreciate that. Sir. Thank you very much. The coastal movement of agro-agriculture and these commodities on fisheries and animal produce also needs to be looked into. Next one, please. Can you go to the next one? Yeah. I won't elaborate much on this. This is the fisheries capital of India. We have a huge kind of fisheries capital of India, but we were discussing about before starting the seminar, and when I mentioned that Indian Ocean is the only ocean where the fishes die of old age, and Sri Mudgal ji included that they will soon ask for a pension now. So that speaks volume about our production and fisheries. Next one, please. This is what the fisheries has challenges as such. Lesser production, disputes between the fisheries, and other our countries. Illegal fishing is also another thing. Pollution is also one of the recently one report was produced where they said 28% of fishes they eat plastic. So that kind of pollution of plastic we have and this is all hampering the fisheries. Overall production, if you see on the graph there, it has increased from 10.06 million to million metric tons to 13.7 million metric tons. We also have a lack of governance. Professor, my speaker before me spoke about this, about ocean governance. We also have a lot of effect of climate change on the fisheries that we need to look at. Next one, please. What needs to be done for fisheries? Of course, the better governance. We not to spell much about it. Promoting a deep sea fishing. As I said, ours is the only ocean where the fishes die of old age. We have a very lesser catch and lesser mechanisms which will help us in catching fishes and all that. So strengthening monitoring and enforcement mechanism is also one of the very important aspects. Infrastructure, of course, of fisheries lacking. We need to have a cold chain, warehousing, that kind of infrastructure available to make fisheries. Social inclusion and upliftment of fishermen is also one of the very important aspects. Can we go to the next one, please? Yeah, aquaculture, what needs to be done again? Fisheries and aquaculture is same. Aquaculture is more inland exercise. So we need to have an introduction of high value species. I'm telling these points because I must have deliberated these points in many forums. I've done it in many forums, so nothing much to explain that as such. But yes, these are the hindering things, non-polluting feeds, and it's a little technical it is for the forum, but development of cold chain for aquaculture is very important at the moment. And the co-culture of with paddy and fish prawns is a concept which has to be brought into awareness regime, into aquaculture kind of practices. Next one, please. Logistics, multimodal, this is my foray. And yes, when I say multimodal, I'm talking about marine-related multimodal here. I just spoke about the multimodal transport hubs and logistics parks, where we need to include the ports into that, where the choice of transportation and efficiency is given to the customer. We again have the logistics, very high cost and delays. The collaborative model of working is not available at the moment in logistics. We have standalone silo approach. And of course, the scope of model shift, Captain Vijay Sharma already spoke about this as to how the model shift will work in providing efficient logistics. Policy decisions at the government level for providing multimodal logistics is very important. Avoiding fragmented approach is again same thing as collaborative approach. Our logistics, I mean, this was the figure which just came in the moment. The world produces 50,000 megatons of carbon emissions, and our logistics in India are 6% contributor to that. That's though it is not a very huge figure, but still we are climbing up. So we need to have.
I'm afraid I think I have to urge you now to come to your conclusion. You have done already 15 minutes. Everybody else has to get a chance.
Sure. Can you, I mean, you need to shoot
take
the slides
one more
ahead.
minute and conclude. What I would do is to request the Secretariat to distribute your extremely beautiful and very useful PowerPoint among all of us. Please conclude and give us your concluding thoughts.
Can you go to the last slide, please? The slide before last. Shipbuilding is, of course, we'll discuss it maybe. This is the food for thought. I mean, this is, we know that this is a tremendous potential to contribute to national grid of economy, and strategic approach is required for this. Institutional approach also is required for that. We need to eliminate the bottlenecks and the port customs and import infrastructure. This is also there. I wanted to spend more time on this, but this is what is coming in ahead. While we prepare for the port modernization and everything else in the economy, we have these risks coming ahead of time, and we need to act on them now. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm sorry to take more time on this because this is the subject which requires that kind of time.
I do thank you very much. I appreciate that you have a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, this is not a one-person affair. It is a very large panel, and we need to be just to everybody. So I'm sure you appreciate. Thank you so much for a wonderful expression of thoughts, and I would request FICCI Secretariat to please circulate this as considered appropriate. Thank you very much, Captain Karanjikar. Now at this stage, I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Najib Jakaria. He is Managing Director of Abad Builders Private Limited. He is the immediate past president of CREDAI in Kerala. He is a man of great experience in this field, and he's going to again focus on some of the traditional sectors. So over to you, Dr. Zakaria.
Dr. Bhatia, Ambassador Bhatia, thank you very much for the introduction. Actually, I was wondering how I am in this panel, but since Sushma insisted that I can bring a different perspective to this blue economy sector, I thought I'll share my thoughts. I'm part of a group in Kerala, Abad group, which has interest in seafood exports and hospitality and real estate. I look after the real estate sector, and we have done a bit on sustainability as well in that regard. Without I've heard a lot about ships and ports and the fishery sector talk. So I will like to just digress slightly from that. Those are all absolutely proven traditional sectors, but I would like to bring about the angle of coastal tourism. Coastal tourism, that is basically hospitality, coastal cruise tourism, which again, of course, is linked to port based. There are aspects like seaplanes, for which which recently we heard in Gujarat, and it was there for 5 years ago in Kerala, which didn't take off. Again, the connected issues I will come to. Jetties, which are there for public transportation, for also long distance, short distance. We have seen all over the world in Southeast Asia, Middle East, and other parts of Western European world, where there's a lot of coast developments which have happened and has been sustainable over the years, even now. And again, there's another new sector, probably water sports and adventure tourism connected to water. But in India, I think we have very limited exposure and development of our facilities in these aspects. So basically, in related to coastal tourism, we are still in uncharted territories. That's what I would want to say. Compared to what has been achieved across the world in a sustainable manner, we are very, very far behind. Perhaps the reason is the enabling environment is not there. If we look at it, we have a lot of strengths. We have a very long virgin coastline. The market is untapped. Potential is great. Excellent climate. But our weakness is we have limited accessibility. There are unclear and absent policies. Hygiene is poor, and no past or proven track record of having established successful centers of such excellence. Our infrastructure, especially the connectivity, last mile connectivity, is weak. So, and hence the private sector is not confident enough to do what they could do. Opportunities, of course, there are huge unmet demand. There's a destination creation is definitely possible. Affordability can be achieved if these issues are addressed. Local involvement, that is local community improvement and their livelihood improvement, can certainly happen, because if you see, because with poor connectivity, the local communities are also vulnerable. They are not actually very well off. Again, if energy efficiency, we've been talking about sustainability. So last 20 years, this message of green and sustainable has been drilled down significantly. And I believe all these organizations, FICCI, CIA, and all private sectors also very well understand the value and are actually harnessing a lot of energy efficient models. But the threat is, again, sustainability, the pollution of soil and water, the private sectors being cast under the violator tag, and hence it becomes suddenly high risk. The investment becomes high risk, and all at the same time you see a very competitive, superior established destinations in the Far East and nearby to India, for which Indian tourists would prefer to travel abroad. So the problem is there's too much of public opinion, which is driven by misinformation and prejudice as well. So the need of the hour is a coordinated cooperation among all concerned agencies. Happy that 4 such reputed institutions have got together and have been delving on this subject matter. But I feel there has to be a little more focus on what the MSMEs, not just the big corporates, can do. What the MSMEs, that is the local community driven or city or that district can do, rather in terms of bringing business and sustainable operations within that locality. So like we know, there are 9 coastal states and many coastal districts. So that state and center cooperation with private sector and professional body participation is very key. So there has to be workable and flexible practical policies has to be devised, which I find is not available. I'm talking cost predominantly related to tourism and the hospitality side of it. A detailed plan of action with time-bound outcomes can be set. Ideally, pilot projects should be proposed or worked out with the states. At least, let's say 50 large, medium, small, and large private projects could be planned such that we can test the waters very well. Just in the sense, each coastal state and coastal district to be given priority to improve their own ecosystems, and government should act as a facilitator and basic infrastructure provider. So specialized investments which can come from different private sectors based on the activity, because there are many niche sectors which may not be high volume, but it brings variety, it brings a lot of value to the whole blue economy model. So that specialized investments can come with, like it was earlier mentioned, collaboration and from expertise as per the policy guidelines available. So again, we talked about shipbuilding, but there are ferry constructions, there are solar powered ferries and ferry terminals, which can actually improve not only just inland cargo movement, but also a lot of transportation. The challenges are predominantly, I want to emphasize here, I'm sure everybody would have heard about Coastal Regulation Zone, formed in 1991. It is last 30 years, CRZ is deciding how the coasts are going to be used. As far as private businesses are concerned, not talking about naval, I'm not talking about ports, probably they all come under exempt category, but CRZ has evolved over 1991 notification, 2011 notification, and 2019 notification. What has happened is more and more areas have come under CRZ 1, 2, 3, and 4 categories. So that from the top-down approach, where it has created a lot of flaws, right from drafting CRZ to the mapping of the regions and the legal issues, demolitions, financial dooms, and social disharmony. for people who are completely, many cases, many innocents, whether it is in housing, whether it is in, I'm not saying there are no violators, but there are as well, but there are so many who are caught in the flawed system. So systemic flaw has really hurt the private sector wanting to do something. So whatever the policy, we have to make sure that there are, we have to study that gray, totally, misinterpreted policies, many of which needs to be improved. So a top-down approach without ground truthing, without studying land records, without understanding local situations, though it is land records is part of the blue economy, because people come because of the cost. And there's a huge time lag. So whatever is planned 2011, the maps come out in 2019. So 8 years time lag. How can anybody plan anything, any form of business? So this adds to the entrepreneurial risk, and that needs to be addressed. So I would say a solution to begin with needs to be, there needs to be a clean slate. The prejudice should be taken out. There has to be full interaction, open interaction among all stakeholders. There has to be governments, departments, which are like right from Ministry of Environment and Forest, which are above the Coastal Zone Management Authority. And there are, of course, the state management authorities. There has to be acceptance that what mistakes have been done should not be brushed under the carpet. There has to be corrective measures. There needs to be understanding that people and businesses need to coexist, and they can survive. They can do well in using the circular economy and safeguarding. What is the CRZ for? To safeguard the coast. And in today's interpretation of CRZ, it covers all the inland waterways, wherever tidal variations and wherever salinity of 5 ppm comes in, it's come under CRZ. So more and more, hundreds and thousands of kilometers are more and more covered under CRZ, which restricts any form of development. So ultimately what happens, what we are looking at is for the local neighborhood to have better employment opportunities, better future, better livelihood options. And if this can happen only if there is sharing of responsibilities and such a forum wherein, top level discussions are happening. If there is focus on bringing in MOEF and cases and Central Coastal Zone Development Authority officials as well, and get the real pulse of the ground, what is happening in potential destination locations, and where people along, that's why the coasts are not developing, because of the CRZ limitations. Further follow-up to ensure that we can, address some of the perennial issues. These are very, very painful issues, a different dimension. Our whole of coastline of India and of those tourism-dependent states really matter, and that can bring about a big change to our economy, to our state, and to our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zakaria. You need not have worried at all about the reason why you were being requested to join this session. Essentially, you have spoken from your experience and the way you have developed your knowledge. We appreciate that very much. I think on coastal shipping and particularly coastal tourism, actually, you made a very strong point that we are in the uncharted territory, that we need to really develop various facets of this. And you also spoke very much about policies, that work, that help the business community. You reflected in a way the previous speaker's view, who also made that famous formulation that policies should work for business. And that brings that fresh air and practical approach. I think this will have to be taken into account. So thank you so much for speaking candidly and on the basis of your experience. We would now move on to the next panelist. This is Mr. Alex Ninan. He is the president of the Seafood Exporters Association of India. The CV is right there on the screen. He is again a man of considerable experience, and obviously he has been in a very important leadership position. We keep hearing about the problems in the production of fishing products and aquaculture. And here you probably are going to hear not merely about production, but also the challenges on the export front. And it is on this note that I invite Mr. Alex Ninan to share his thoughts with us in the next 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, respected dignitaries, speakers, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all. At the outset, let me thank FICCI for inviting me to the webinar. I'm here just to give you a very brief on the opportunities and challenges for the Indian seafood sector in relation to the call of blue economy in post-pandemic world. Let me begin with a brief summary of the seafood processing industry in India. See, the seafood processing industry in India is over 67 years old and was initiated when the first shipment of shrimp was sent from the port of Cochin way back in 1953. The Indian seafood industry is a totally different footing and now has a major stand in the global seafood market. Moreover, seafood is one of the biggest foreign exchange earners to our country. Today, we have world-class seafood factories following the most stringent quality and controls are laid out internationally. Our seafood exports have surged each year, and today we have reached a peak export level of 47,000 crore, 6.78 billion US dollar, only $1 billion way back in 2001. This implausible growth of the seafood sector is a tribute to the enterprise and the resilience of the small Indian enterprise. The Indian seafood industry is comprised mainly of small and medium-sized family concerns mostly. Very recently, with the consolidation and systemization of the industry, corporates have begun to invest in the seafood industry here. Now, this industry can be classified into two mostly. One is capture, that means which are the products that are caught from the ocean by fishing boats. And second, culture, which is done by farming or better known as aquaculture. Though capture fisheries contribute to nearly 69% in terms of volume, culture contributes 59% in terms of value exported. Shrimp exports dominate about 69% in terms of value of exports. Fishing in India is a major industry, especially in the coastal states, employing over 14 million people. India has a coastline of about 8,000 kilometers with nearly 3,000 fishing villages and about 2,000 traditional fish landing centers. This freshwater resources consists more than of 1,95,000 of rivers, canals, then about 2.9 million hectares of minor and major reservoirs, 2.4 million hectares of ponds and lakes, and about 0.8 million hectares of floodplain, wetland water bodies. In addition to this maritime zone, India has about 14,000 square kilometers of British water available for aquaculture, about 16,000 square kilometers of freshwater lakes, ponds, and nearly 64,000 kilometers of rivers and streams. There are now about 350 seafood processing facilities in India. Being a food item rich in protein, seafood will always be a stable demand for seafood. India has emerged as one of the biggest producers of aquaculture shrimps in the world, and with a vast coastline, we have potential to produce even more. India, unfortunately, is considered as a raw material supply to China, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And these countries have become the hubs for value addition. Value-added products include batter, meal kits, freeze-dried foods, etc. Now that we should take advantage of this, the Make in Initiative at this juncture to produce value-added products here in India. Moreover, a lot of foreign countries are withdrawing their investments, especially out of China and other countries. India should exploit this golden opportunity as a hub for making value addition here and able to attract large investments in this field. This will also enable the factories to run in full production even during off-season. Now, we have studied in a junior geography school geography classes that more than 70% of the Earth's surface consists of water, and the balance consists of continents and islands. Oceans, covering nearly 3/4 of the Earth's surface, are the world's single largest ecosystem, thereby providing a massive arena for emerging complex and interconnected development issues such as climate change, commerce, and security. According to estimates by the Global Ocean Commission, ocean resources contribute nearly 5% of the world's GDP, secure jobs of 3 billion people, and sustain the livelihoods of 300 million. Among the world's oceanic divisions, the Indian is the third largest, covering an area of more than 7 billion square kilometers. That includes extensive exclusive economic zones of different countries and large high seas. The concept of blue economy that generating livelihoods and building resilience against climate change and its environmental changes inspires the use of seas, oceans, and other water bodies for sustainable development and inclusive growth. The Indian Ocean is projected a dominant global geopolitical and economic force in the 21st century. Indeed, the region's contribution to global GDP has significantly increased over the last century. A sustainable growth economy in the Indian Ocean would therefore require concerted efforts by governments, private sector, and the broader community, including the scientific ones. Fishes have sustained human population for millennia, and a healthy aquaculture is a critical component of global protein supply. Although the Indian Ocean littorals have historically lacked a strong regional framework focused on food security, sustainable growth and climate action, there have been relevant initiatives from a region-wide approach, large Indian Ocean resources. Governance arrangements of the Indian Ocean have several gaps that hinder the implementation of blue growth in the region. A major reason for the lack of progress in fisheries and environmental management in the region is a lack of research, barring a small body of biological and physical scientific data. It is imperative to pursue research directed at improving the technical knowledge of the sea column, as well as behavior of livelihoods dependent on the health of the ocean. There is also a lack of research that focuses on the complex architecture of ocean governance construct a regional blue economy. Tools and enforcement mechanisms could be employed for sustainable fishing. These should include monitoring, control, and surveillance systems that cover surveillance, monitoring, inspections, observations, and satellite-based vessel monitoring systems to monitor real-time fishing on high seas. Therefore, in order to achieve the blue economy objectives of reduced non-sustainable fishing and to fulfill goals for a broader sustainable development in the Indian Ocean, the key is a more efficient use of existing monitoring and enforcement measures, along with the commitment of state and the non-state actors to sustainable development and its oceanic dimensions. Indian Ocean and other widespread fishing communities of our countries confront some difficulties in doing usual business. For instance, overfishing, sustainable fishing practices could lead to depletion of resources, thereby removing livelihood opportunities for communities like of such specific sites. Likewise, a challenge that the blue economy would at the moment facing up pollution, loss of habitat and diversity, then piracy, crime and climate change, apart from the geopolitical issues. I happened to interact with Commander Abhilash Tommy, the Indian Navy officer and yachtsman, who in 2003 became the world's first Indian, first Indian to complete a solo non-circumnavigation world under sail. While on this solo trip, he came across islands of huge plastic waste, which clearly sounds disaster. Now, even fishermen are dumping their unusable and waste nets in the seas. Cage culture and its nest are being dumped after its use and also contribute to all these. According to Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report on climate change, India is the 13th most vulnerable country to climate change. Sewage pollution contributes to a major issue for India, especially coastal states. Generate 1,067 million liters of domestic sewage a day. 80% carried into the sea, and thereby killing the fish and other marine products, and thus reducing the market potential. Another big disaster that happened probably is the uncontrolled and unscientific seabed mining. We are all aware that such mining disaster that has happened, which we could see for ourselves. Here, there are a bigger risk where we may not be fully able to see or monitor what is happening out in the seas. More blue economy reforms are needed to unlock fishing and aquaculture potential. From the governance and organization points, fisheries as a law to go to potential of blue economy. India ranks third in fisheries production and second in aquaculture. Fisheries alone has employed 145 million people and contributed to 1.07 of the GDP and generated export earnings of 334.41 billion as per a recent estimate of National Fisheries Development Board. National Institute of Agricultural Economics and Policy Research reported projected demand would go to 11.8 million metric tons by the year 2021. Fisheries and aquaculture play a significant role in hunger, promoting health and reducing poverty. Oceans, seas, and coastal areas are associated with blue economy, critical to global and national development and the fight against hunger and poverty. To conclude, there is plenty of scope for improvement in the Indian fishery sector, such as technological innovations, infrastructure projects, opening up opportunities for research and development by collaboration with established academic institutions, effective governance in tackling issues such as pollution. Being one of the largest and prominent fish producers of India and aquaculture in the world, India should take steps to strengthen its ties with other countries in international trade and strive for becoming an eminent contributor to the blue economy. With this note, let me conclude, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nainan, for a very succinct and meaningful presentation. This is very much on an extremely traditional sector on which you are suggesting a new and innovative approach that would involve technology, that would involve a great deal of improvement, and especially through the platform of R&D. I think the issue here is that we all are broadly agreed that a lot needs to be done. I think we need to now develop a kind of a broad consensus among some of the key experts as to how to go about it, and then try to see whether policies suitable for that kind of objective could be developed. But thank you for doing your task and playing your role. We appreciate the presentation. Now, dear friends, I'm happy to invite Mr. Girish Sri Raman, Head of India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Thailand Division in the DNV GL Maritime. His biodata is right in front of you. He will again be a person who has a great deal of experience and knowledge, and I now request him to take the floor and address us. Mr. Sri Raman.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. I thank FICCI for having given me the opportunity to talk on this virtual webinar series on blue economy. I think the eminent speakers before me have already made some very important and valid points as far as the blue economy is concerned, and also the importance of the blue economy itself towards India realizing its ambitions towards becoming a major global player. Well, I have a presentation. It's around 10 slides. Should I? Yeah. Yeah. I will do my level best to see that I I keep well within the 15 minutes allotted to me. Before I proceed, just to give a little bit of introduction into DNVGL itself. DNVGL was established in 1864 with the purpose of safeguarding life, property, and environment. So we are in several business areas. Maritime is our core sector, and we are a foundation, and we invest 5% of our annual revenues into research and development on a yearly basis, which translates to approximately $150 million year on year. Well, just to, I was asked to speak. I was wondering what I should speak on, but I thought, I decided that I will touch upon a very successful public-private partnership that is ongoing in Norway towards greening the shipping sector. Before I talk about the partnership itself, just to give a brief background, I think most of you would know this photograph. This is from the Paris Climate Agreement. I would say that it's been a pretty bumpy 5 years. I do hope that with the present change of US government that this agreement comes back on track. If we go to the next slide, I think IMO in 2018 has also set its ambition levels towards reducing emissions from maritime by 50% as compared to 2008 levels. And then there are, of course, milestone targets, which are to be met as we proceed towards 2050. And of course, there is also an ambition that the shipping turn carbon neutral well before the end of the century. I think next week is a very important aspect as far as the maritime sector is concerned. There is a MEPC meeting that's going to be held online, and targets and possible regulations will be spelled out for ship owners, and each ship will have to come out with some sort of framework on how they are going to meet the milestones, towards 2030, 2040, and eventually 2050. If we go to the next slide, there are of course 4 key emission reduction areas. We could actually click. I would say that we can. May I request you to click? So I would say that if we look at these 4 boxes, I will say that most of the ship owners would say that I have, either some or most of these measures on. But if we look towards the 2050 targets, I think the important aspect is the alternative fuels. I think a lot of work requires to be done towards ensuring that we are able to take carbon neutral fuels on board and ensure that the ships are successfully plying with these kind of fuels. That of course is the key challenge. If we go to the next slide. So in 2015, it was precisely keeping this in mind that a green shipping program was envisaged in Norway. It was a public-private partnership program with various government ministries, then ship owners, charterers, ports. They all came together towards establishing this program. The entire intent behind the program was that to give a thrust to pilot projects, which are basically aiming to green the sector. The aim of the program was that Norway should have the cleanest and most efficient shipping program. And of course, some other aspects was that that it should become carbon neutral well before 2050. That means Norway, these stakeholders are looking at far beyond IMO targets. Yeah, if we go to the next slide, yeah. So as I mentioned, there are pretty bold ambitions that are given out here. That 50% reduction of CO2 and emission-free ports by 2030. And then, of course, the Norwegian Shipowners Association has made a commitment that they will order only zero-emission technology ships from 2030 onwards. I believe now what we are now looking at is mainly focusing on their own coastal shipping, because this project started off with taking and making analysis of a 2013 data of Norway, and it was noted that almost 9% of greenhouse gas emissions of Norway comes from the coastal shipping trade of Norway, and then of course the NOx emissions, and SOx emissions ranging from somewhere between 25 to 40%, respectively. Yeah, the next slide. So it started off with approximately around 15 stakeholders. Now there are around 65 odd stakeholders. And if we look at the next slide, we will see that the project started off with 5 pilot projects. I think some of the eminent speakers before me touched upon this approach. And now we are also deep ocean vessels, green ports, various kinds of fuels, whether it's hydrogen or ammonia or biodiesel, and then of course pure electric vessels. The next slide, please. So the project is at this point in phase 4. And what was done over the last 5 years is that they have been looking at feasible projects, and whatever is there in green are all projects that have been realized, and they are looking at scaling up these projects. So that means these would be the kind of technologies that they will adopt for future vessels that will be built that are going to operate on the Norwegian coast. We are not just talking of small vessels, but also big vessels. They have been focusing on shifting from road to sea transport. They have looked at finance solutions on how to ensure that these projects can be scaled up. They have looked at regulatory requirements, what should facilitate towards making these projects viable. So if we look at now we are in the phase 4, and they have also discontinued projects which they felt was not viable, and they felt that possibly within that particular setting and whatever was that infrastructure that was available, they could not manage to make that going. It would be also interesting to note that this autonomous drone we are talking about, that is for transporting a cargo which was being done historically by trucks, are now very short distances, but now they are being transferred by autonomous drones or sea drones. And it would be interesting to note that these drones are being built in India at Cochin shipyard, and then they will be heavy lifted to Norway. The next slide, please. Yeah, so this is of course my last slide. So I think most of the speakers have touched upon it. We have a vast coastline. We have huge ambitions. The government is looking at doubling. Now we are talking about just 6% of cargo traffic in Indian ports. The government ambitions are to double same by 2025. Then similarly for inland waterways, we are talking about doubling from 72 million tons to 150 million tons. So when we look at these, the volumes are immense. And I was looking at some figures. We are talking about 1,500 plus additional vessels, various sizes that would be required if you had to scale up and realize these cargo potentials. So, and one other point that I would like to make is that there are new greenhouse gas emission requirements that are coming up. India is a signatory to MAPOL, and we are committed to revert towards realizing this. But then, having said that, we are behind the curve when it comes to having, what shall I say, programs in place which ensures that we have these kind of vessels which will meet these targets. So, so considering that we have a huge volume that we are talking about, I would say that a similar public-private partnership could be a way forward, and a thrust should be given towards these greener kinds of vessels. And there is, of course, immense potential as far as job creation potential, and of course, also huge export potential if India becomes the, what shall I say, the technology leader as far as these technologies are concerned. Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to make. Thank you. I hope I was well within my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sri Raman. I can confirm that was the case, but more importantly, I think you have presented a very exciting idea. I think when we keep talking about the traditional sectors, we think that the only way to handle them is the traditional way, which is not at all correct. I think you have spoken about the kind of a revolutionary change that is happening in the domain of shipping, and this whole business of shifting from traditional to non-traditional fuels, what you rightly call the green shipping, and the kind of challenges that are involved there. This is something very significant. And I think if I could relate this to the earlier idea that, we have this dilemma of ports and ships. We don't have too many good ports because we don't have too many of our own ships. But we can only have ships and ports together. And yet ships not of the old variety, but those which will run on the green energy. And while you have assumed that we know all about the various fuels, the fact is that there are certain countries, particularly in Scandinavia and especially Norway that you have referred, and this pilot project, which has become a big one, is of a great importance. And maybe this is the reason why in the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen a very significant progress happening in the Indo-Norway and Indo-India Scandinavia relationship in the broad field of blue economy. So thank you very much for exciting our imagination, and I think it's very important that we try to reflect upon what you've said. I was particularly personally very thrilled to note one of the points you made, namely sea drones which are being used there actually are being manufactured in India. This is something we really need to take note and see what all it means for all of us. Thank you very much. At this stage, I think, and I'm sure that our patron saint, Mr. Peter Rimmel, resident representative of CAS, is already with us. He has been a great support, not merely in terms of the wherewithal, but also with his thoughts and ideas. And it is remarkable that every time you hear him on a new event, he comes up with new ideas. So, Peter, at this stage, may I now request you to present your thoughts, because you do have an audience which is quite a new and very multifaceted one, and I'm sure they're looking forward to listen to you as much as I do. Over to you, Mr. Peter Rimmel.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia. I'm not sure if I can fulfill the desire of presenting lots of new ideas. I'll try and try to share my thoughts with you. First of all, good afternoon to everyone of the participants, to the panelists, and to this kind of special quad we are in today. And I hope we are all sitting in a green vessel as it was done and presented in the presentation before. The blue economy is a topic close to my heart, as well as those of my colleagues. Together with our partners, we have, not just within the scope of this series of webinars, but also before held debates on this topic numerous times and have published a range of texts of the blue economy, its importance for the future of Asia, Europe, India, and Germany, much like the Indo-Pacific, a term that is maybe more strategically oriented, but it cannot be understated. Allow me, please, for those of you that do not know it already, to indulge in some self-promotion. A little less than a year ago, FICCI and CAS have published a report on global best practices when it comes to the blue economy, containing a critical survey of best practices and a summary of some of the key developments up until this point. It was also, the cover was blue, what is symbolic, and it's also the same today. I believe we can say that we have set a standard for discussions on the future of the blue economy. But today, we shall be thinking about the chances the blue economy has to offer in the eventual wake of the current corona crisis, but also as it has been presented just before, the risks we will have, or new risks, for example, with deep sea mining. The blue economy has been born from a realization that our resources are finite, and especially those on land that we have harnessed, sometimes familiar, nearing depletion. The process of resource extraction in itself is often accompanied by detrimental side effects. As such, turning toward the sea is inevitable for economic growth to be wedded to sustainability. Now, with our economies having taken a huge blow by the pandemic, the eventual reconstruction period that will follow might offer an opportunity to invest into a blue economy, but, and this is, I think, a big but, that cannot be done thinking in the national terms that we are used to utilize. The ocean does not belong to anyone. That's why the term commons was created. It does not belong to any one country. In strategic terms, this is an issue that has constantly been at the forefront of all debates on the Indo-Pacific, with a view to Chinese expansionism, but it's also true with a view on maritime resources and the blue economy. Neither is it geopolitically palatable to exert unitary control over the sea, nor is it currently possible for any of the nations with a stake in the Indian Ocean. And that's the question, who has a stake in the Indian Ocean? And it would, by all means, not be desirable either. The blue economy can only be harnessed to its full potential by cross-country cooperation. Those of you who have been with us for the other webinars in this series will already have come across the new German guidelines on the Indo-Pacific. I think they're just blended in right now. And let me say, as a reaction, the Chinese outrage to that guidelines issued by the German government shows me that it was not such a wrong thing to do it. Our view on the Indo-Pacific, and with it, the blue economy, is an economic one. We are primarily a trading nation, and as such, our outlook on the region is more focused on the well-being of the economies and markets in the region. Germany cannot just think the region in purely strategic terms. We also have a stake in its vast maritime economy. And we can also formulate it in a different way. The prosperity of Germany the prosperity of Europe, although lots of intertrade is done in the European Union, but the prosperity of the European nations depend on the security in the Indo-Pacific. The European Union has similarly adopted a connectivity strategy for Asia with also touches upon the blue economy. Like China with its Silk Road, the EU recognizes the importance of capable infrastructure, trade links, and above all, sustainable methods of wealth creation. Its connectivity strategy is wired towards assisting and aiding Asian economies in modernizing themselves and accessing the riches of the region. Boosting interconnectivity and regional cooperation is the only way to ensure that individual states get their fair share of the spoils, and this is in turn works to the fair share of the spoils, and this in turn works to lessen tensions about an unfair distribution of wealth. Here the economic and political outlook on the region go hand in hand. Prosperity demands stability, and stability cannot be unilaterally enforced. Economically, as well as ecologically speaking, change in the economic outlook of the Indo-Pacific from resource depletion to more sustainable ways is a task that does not stop at national borders. We're all involved here. So that's why we should look east, look west, work east, work west, because that is what is the message here. We're all involved. The same is true of the European New Green Deal, which also aspires not just to change the way the European economy performs, but rather to act as a lighthouse towards other regions. The New Green Deal is not a one-size-fits-all solution. India, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka deal with different ecological problems than us Europeans. The solution to those problems must be found locally and regionally. All ideas about a sustainable blue economy need to take these problems, especially where they are related to the maritime ecosystem, into account and must consider their solution toll on the economies of the Indo-Pacific. Turning toward the blue economy is a necessity when it comes to rebuild Asia's and Europe's economy in a post-pandemic world. The suppliers in or at the rim of the seas have been cut off from their markets by the pandemic, highlighting the fact that the oceanic economy is not just about production and extraction, but as much about trade and connectivity. It was not just Asian economies that suffered from the initial breakdown of shipping across the seas, but also Europe and Germany, North America. For us, this is perhaps the core element of the blue economy. Future moves towards a regionally integrated blue economy will have to talk about insulating shipping against such disruptions. And as I have described above, both Europe and Germany are willing to do their part in this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. I've already said in our earlier dinners, everything's about sustainability. And there are always more aspects of sustainability. When we consider the blue economy of tomorrow, we have the unique chance to try and build something to lasting effect with sustainability in mind. We have to consider economic sustainability, not to return to the logic of resource depletion when it can be avoided, and trying to share resources fairly. Ecologic sustainability too cannot be separated from these considerations. Only a healthy sea can sustain the economies necessary to support growing populations in coastal countries and beyond. This ties directly into political sustainability. Only a framework in which all voices can be heard is sustainable in the long run. Anything else will be subject to great tension. And we will have to rethink the way relations between Asia and Europe play out in this regard. The German Indo-Pacific Guidelines, the EU Connectivity Strategy, and the New Green Deal all aspire to break with old thinking. If it will work out, I think we all can contribute to that. We are as much interested in a sustainable blue economy for the Indo-Pacific as the countries in the region are. We depend on their knowledge, and we have a stake in investing in the regional infrastructure. The blue economy is a transnational effort, and this needs to be part of all thinking of the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Remel, for an exciting and certainly thought-provoking intervention at this stage. I think you have once again put a very interesting construction on the word sustainability. Your bottom line is very clear. Sustainability has to be economic, it has to be environmental, and it has also to be political and strategic. You have been consistent in projecting the idea of natural convergence between the way European nations, particularly Germany, look at the concept of the Indo-Pacific region, and within that region, the potential for the sector of blue economy. I think your thoughts are very well received, and they will be internalized even more after this intervention. And for a long time, I think we all will remember your virtually initial sentence when you said the ocean does not belong to any one country. I think that compels introspection as well. Thank you very much for your comments. Dear friends, at this stage, what I would like to say is that I've had a look at the chat box. There probably are more comments than questions. But still, I want very quickly to give one last opportunity to the panelists to try to answer a question which I'm now going to pose as chair. We have about 8 minutes or so, so it would be absolutely ideal if each panelist could take 1 minute or so to answer the question. And the question is covering partly what I have read, but essentially it is built on the presentations made. And we are going to go in the reverse order. So Rajiv, sorry, not Rajiv, but Girish Sriraman, I hope he's here and he would be ready to answer the question. The question is very simple. The question is, having heard others and obviously drawing inspiration from your own presentation, could you please identify one expectation that you have from the government of India and one suggestion you have for FICCI to try to follow up in terms of seeking our common goal to promote blue economy? One expectation from the government of India and one suggestion for FICCI, as simple as that. So Girishji, can you please answer it in 1 minute?
Yes. So I would put it this way that I think the government over the last few years has done quite a bit. Captain Gajanan had raised quite a few issues, and I understand that there is a draft coastal shipping bill under review. Then there is they are talking about a tonnage tax regime that will be that will be extended to coastal shipping and inland waterways as well. Then a dedicated coastal freight corridor, to facilitate that, smooth movement of cargo, especially. So many things have been done. I think more importantly, I would say is that I think the private enterprises, private companies have actually to step up and use some of these things that the government has rolled out. I think that is that I believe is the call for the day. For a clap to sound, I think there has to be two hands have to sound or have to meet. Yeah. So that would be, and as far as expectations towards FICCI is, I would say that FICCI should continue to do the facilitation role towards being the connect between the government and the industry in general. And I would say that for a similar program like what I showed in my presentation, for that to happen, I think FICCI would be the ideal facilitator for such a project. And for a country of India's size, I think that would require many projects like that. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you very much. FICCI, I'm sure, is noting this very interesting concept to be the connect between government and industry, especially in the field of green energy and green energy deployed for shipping. So thank you so much. Mr. Nainan, expectation from the government and suggestion for FICCI.
Yeah, my expectation from the government of India would be to have proper support in fishing, aquaculture, and cage culture, but in a sustainable and controlled way. I mean, when I mean controlled way, controlling pollution in waters, which is of utmost importance. And we need to make India a seafood processing hub, like what is being happening in China, Thailand, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So we need to make value addition in India. So that is my expectation from the government of India, and I would like FICCI to follow up this. This request.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Dr. Najib Zakaria, what is your answer to my question?
Yeah, what I would say is, something like what government could do is it's for the coast formation of something like, something like Urban Metropolitan Transport Authority, similarly comprehensive body which can, evaluate all the, micro sectors which come under the coastal blue economy, and have people and establish a new body which can, take convergence of all the suggestions apart from the traditional sectors of blue economy, and pave the way for a better economy of the blue of the coastal development. The FICCI could look at how CRZ facilitating CRZ authority, that is MOEF, and the coastal zone management authorities at center and state, how that the conflict can be addressed. FICCI can play a major role in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Captain Gajanan Karanjikar, sorry. You have, I'm sure, a good answer to the question posed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A very good question, I must say. We are in the 6th year of government now and governance. There's a lot to do for the government. They have a particular sea blindness, that I call it. So that they need to get out of this and employ more professionals who are there in this field. They need to have a development of coastal shipping and multimodal logistics in a holistic manner, which they are not somehow doing it, because it is not happening on the ground. They're still developing a coastal shipping, which is really a sad state. We need to really look at it, threadbare issue. Maybe it will hurt someone, never mind. At least we'll become a developed nation. For FICCI, of course, I mean, whatever needs to be done, if it is lobbying, activism, I mean, our deliberations now, as you rightly said, reconceptualization is over, and we need to get on the groundwork. You have already an action force. You need to have an action force on all each sectors for FICCI, and jolt down the action points and really go to the government for follow-up and actions, execution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for very direct and very perceptive answer. I assume Captain Sharma has probably gone away, so we would leave him at that. And finally, at the end, Professor Raju, what is your answer?
Sir, I expect from Indian government that it needs to have blue clusters which is very, very important, either in terms of investment or synergy between public and private sectors, and also needs to have, independent ministry for blue economy. And we know we should also look at that, prioritizing the sectors, which is also essentially very important when we are developing blue economy. And I should not stuck up with to err is human, to err continuously is a policy making. And then from FICCI, I expect that, it needs to have kind of annual summits on industrial leadership in ocean governance and blue economy. And, it also can look for project on audit of revenue, which comes from sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I know that, all of you have given some really big chunk of food for thought to policymakers as well as to the industry chamber, FICCI. In a way, we probably are being less gracious in returning our hospitality to FICCI by increasing or expanding its work and responsibilities. But on the other side, I think every panelist through his answer has reposed faith in the work of FICCI so far, reflecting its hope and expectation that this work will continue in future because it has proved its worth and its value. Thank you very much, panelists. I would also like to make one final comment, which is that as chair of the FICCI Task Force on Blue Economy, I found this dialogue to be extremely useful and stimulating, and please don't be surprised if in our future work we end up calling upon some of you to help us with your thoughts and ideas. I know each of you can happily, explain things to us at much greater length, but I'm very, very grateful to all of you for your cooperation to make sure that this program ends almost on time. It remains for me to thank every panelist who put in so much of effort. And I would particularly like once again to express my deep thanks to CAS and its dynamic leadership, as well as our appreciation to the fantastic support provided to us by the Blue Economy team of FICCI and the FICCI leadership. Dear friends, finally, at this stage, may I say that the first session comes to an end. We have exactly 28 minutes to have a quick lunch, because the second session begins at 2 o'clock, 1400 hours. It will be chaired by Ambassador Anup Mudgal, my very able and motivated colleague who has been a great pillar of support for our Blue Economy project for the past several years. He will make a lead presentation on the financing aspect, which is extremely interesting, and then he will chair and moderate the entire session. So thank you very much, and see you very soon in less than half an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we shall stay logged in. The team will be here. And in case our speakers come before time, we will be here to receive them. So, sir, please take a break, have a lunch, and then come back. So our team will be here.
All of you.
So we'll also have lunch on the sidelines.
All right.
We're sorry, we cannot treat you to a like a formal FICCI lunch, which we would have loved.
All that for the better times. I think
yes,
today
sir.
we have to.
I think yes, I think today's session was good, sir. The first session went well, And hopefully the second one will also go well and we'll finish within time. So see you later, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
मैंने इसको क्या बोला है कि जब तौलिए डालो तो मेरे को क्या कहना है बताना क्यों बताना क्यों बताना है आपके कपड़े देखे हाँ मुझे ये नहीं देने होते ये तौलियों के साथ कितनी बार तुम्हें बताया हम तौलिए आप कोई भी कपड़े मुझे दे दो क्योंकि तुम्हें याद ही नहीं रहता अब जब कभी कपड़े जाओ ये बोलो मैं कपड़े दे दूँ क्योंकि मेरे को मैं अपने हिसाब से रखती हूँ कि वो तौलिए के साथ मिले और पहले नहीं डालती क्योंकि मैं पहन रही हूँ और इसलिए भी पहले नहीं डालती क्योंकि तुम गलती से दूसरे साथ की कमीजों के साथ डाल दो तो सब रंग चिट जाएगा कोई कारण ही है ना तो इसलिए कहा कि जब तौलिए डालो तो मेरे को कहो कारण है कितनी बार बोले कि तुम्हें याद रहेगा
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoyas. How are you?
Good day. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good to have you with us. In fact, I am Ambassador Anup Mudgal. I will be chairing this session, second session.
Okay.
We had a very exciting session in the forenoon, pre-lunch.
Yeah.
And that was primarily on the blue economy sectors. So a lot of discussion on the potential sectors for blue economy.
Mm-hmm.
And now with your help, we will be trying to see how to finance those sectors. So
yeah.
How is the weather there? Getting very cold already?
Yeah, we are getting colder and colder. So it's going slowly against winter. So it's quite different from your climate at the moment.
Oh yes, oh yes. I hope no lockdowns or severe lockdowns in your area.
Well, we don't have. Well, we have some local lockdowns. In especially in Oslo and some of the other cities, where they have done not a complete lockdown, but quite trying to lock down as much as possible without interfering too much of business and children's school and that's all. But restaurants and all of the activities you can usually use are more or less locked down in the big cities, but outside we are still able to go to the restaurants and go to the gym and have activities. But we have a seriously increasement over the past 3-4 weeks. So so the government is watching very carefully, of course.
Yeah, because now there's a big dilemma. There is a virus on one hand and there is an economy on the other hand. So we have to look after both, as we said, the life and the livelihood. But it's a huge challenge. Hopefully this vaccine we are talking about, Pfizer, they claim it's 90% efficient.
Yeah.
So 90% efficient vaccine is absolutely a magic thing.
It is.
Because nobody expected it to be 90% efficient.
No, not the first one, at least. So, yeah, no. So hopefully that will be a success and help us restore some of the going back to the natural situation again. Is yeah. Let's hope it works like they say.
Yeah, it's too long for this disruption. Has taken almost end of. Sushma, our guest, Mr. Hoyas is with us. Sushma, can you hear?
Sorry. I had muted the sorry, sir, what were you saying?
No, I said our guest from Norway is with us.
Yes.
Mr. Hoyas. And
good morning to you, Mr. Hoyas. Thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
We look forward. We look forward to the presentation because we've actually whatever research that we did on Lighthouse Finance, it is very, very interesting. So for us, there are a lot of lessons, and we also see a lot of partnership possibilities. So really look forward to your presentation today. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, especially his ground experience, because we were looking at those who are operating these financial systems, not only talking about those financial systems, but also operating those financial systems. And I think listening to you would be absolutely a delight. You won't mind if we call you Roy?
No, please do. That's what my wife is calling me. So that's okay.
Without replacing her, but we can still call you. And you please call me Anup. That's my first name.
Good afternoon, sir. Shobik from TERI.
Good afternoon. So we have Shobik also with us.
Good afternoon, Shobik. Thanks for joining us. We saw that you were there in the first session as well. Hope that you found the session interesting.
Yes, I was there. Yeah, and then I had to actually leave in between, and then I'm back now. Yeah.
Okay, you are at work. All of us are actually working from. You've started full time. You've opened TERI full time,
Yeah. So we actually opened in the month of first week of June. That was pretty early. But yes, we had prepared a roster in terms of who would be coming, and so that we are able to maintain social distancing as well as the attendance is in line with the direction of the government. So, but I have been coming to office since the middle of July. So initially for a couple of days in a week, and for the last couple of months, I have been coming 4 days a week.
Okay. We saw that you were one of the first organizations to put these protocols in place, because I remember a meeting at TERI. This was to discuss our trilateral project. Now it's quadrilateral, of course. And everything was in place, the entire protocol was followed, and we had a physical meeting, and that was our last before the lockdown was put in place. This was just a week before the lockdown.
Right.
It's a new way.
It's 2 o'clock. Do we have the other guests
So
joining?
we have Paul Holthus joining us from Hawaii. He's just logging in.
Okay.
It's night there. So he's, we have 2 time zones here.
We can see him now.
Is he here?
Yes.
Paul, you're here.
Paul, this is Mudgal. Anup Mudgal. You can call me Anup.
Anup, okay.
So I would be conducting this session, the second session. We are just waiting for one more member to join. Sushma, we are looking at Saurabh to join, or?
Saurabh is here. You spoke to him just now. So we have...
Okay, we have everyone then.
I thought we greeted Saurabh just now. No?
Oh, I didn't really. Let me greet.
He had been logged
Hello,
in.
sir. Hi, Saurabh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's here. He's been logged in since morning. So it's okay. We can start, sir.
Yes. So we
would you like to
start not without really losing time, because everybody is here.
Sure, sir. Please.
So continuing the first session, which really brought a lot of knowledge to all of us on the sectoral aspect of blue economy. Now, the second session, we will be dealing with a very important enabler of a sort for blue economy, that is how to finance blue economy. I, in fact, have contributed a chapter on how to finance blue economy. And that chapter, if not shared already with all of you, I will request FICCI to share with you very soon. My request or my desire would be to have your views on this chapter on financing blue economy. We, in fact, have a task force as part of FICCI on blue economy. And we have produced a couple of documents on first was the knowledge paper, because that was the starting on blue economy. And then we went into the sectoral report with global best practices sharing. And now we are at the third stage of knowledge creation and dissemination on economy within our own system. And since we work with the business, our target is to mainstream the need of sustainability and within the blue economy sectors. Very often, in fact, we face this question, how shall we finance this transitioning to blue economy. In fact, within the task force, our idea or our assumption is that blue economy by nature has to also be sustainable economy. So what I'll do, since the report will be shared with all of you, I just kind of create a bit of a scenario of a macro kind of trends which will eventually determine the direction, quantum, and regulation of financing in sustainability area and also in blue economy. And normally, I just give a background to what kind of quantum of finance we are looking at. And for that, in fact, I always go back to the core desire of humanity. You see, the core desire of humanity is good life. We all want to have good life. And if we have good life, we want to have better life. And for that, we need to have resources through economic growth. And when we look at a couple of sets of data available, we are looking at, for example, an economic growth from the current something about $90 trillion to $172 trillion by 2031. And then there is, in fact, a G20 platform, according to which we are looking at an investment of something about $94 trillion purely on infrastructure till 2040. Now, we are talking about a lot of money, right? If that kind of investment is going to go into economic development, the next question is, where would the resources for this kind of growth come from? In case we continue with the way we have done economic growth so far, I'm sure we would hit the wall when it comes to resources. The land-based resources are under tremendous stress. We are already facing the consequences of that unsustainable exploitation of land-based resources by way of pollution, by way of soil degradation, by way of loss of biodiversity, so on and so forth. Today, for example, in Delhi, if you are in the mornings, you're not able to breathe because of the amount of pollution. And that situation you see in most places. So how do we work on this magnitude of growth, which is looking into tens of trillions of dollars in as short a period as next 11 years? Now there, in fact, the core issue or the core approach or the enabler is how to reduce the intensity of growth. We need to reduce the resource intensity of growth. And there are two main pathways. That is what we, in fact, and the second pathway we look at is blue economy, because the blue area of the economy has the potential of giving additional resources with little less risk of environmental degradation because of the space that we have there. And a majority of the ocean space is not even fully understood and explored by us. Now, we can move into the ocean space through the blue economy channels. However, there also we cannot head to the oceans with our eyes closed. Even the oceans are suffering from massive environmental challenges. We are facing pollution, we are facing acidification, and then loss of biodiversity, the same thing. And something much more important than anything else, we are facing the challenge of global warming, which may really disrupt the very fundamental planetary functions. So those risks are absolutely unknown to us, and therefore those risks are very serious. Therefore, in fact, the blue economy. The blue economy also, as I say, I consider blue economy inherently sustainable, but many would say, no, the blue economy also needs to be sustainable. All right, on that, I will agree. On the midpoint, if we have to go to the ocean for expanded economic activity, we have to ensure that expanded economic activity is also sustainable. Now, when we tell the business community, we say, look, you have this tremendous opportunity, economic opportunity through the blue economy route, but we need to be more sustainable. Business as usual will not be able to succeed in the years and decades to come. Now, the business community, obviously, they say, you please tell us what will be the cost of sustainability. Would sustainability convert a business from profitability to loss? And if it needs money, where will the money come from? Now, of course, you see, sustainability will have some cost in terms of technology induction, in terms of skills, in terms of new management tools, and many other things, right? So according to the UN, in fact, if we see, the United Nations itself says that adaptation to or transitioning to sustainable economy would cost something about $5 to $7 trillion annually. Now, if that is the cost of sustainability, the business community says, oh, then who will pay this cost? And where would I get the money for transitioning? Now, while transitioning to sustainability may cost $5 to $7 trillion a year, there is also a benefit of transitioning. According to, again, United Nations, in fact, transitioning to sustainability can create additional markets worth $12 trillion. Transitioning can create something about 380 million jobs. Transitioning to sustainability can save the cost to the economy to the tune of $26 trillion. That means basically sustainability makes a lot of business sense. While it might require initial investment, but in the medium to long run, there will be greater returns with lower risks. Now, having said that, what are the drivers? The next question is, what are the drivers which will channel these future investments into, for example, sustainable economic activities? There, I would say, in my view, the first is that there is a public opinion. There's a massive growing public opinion world over which would not accept unsustainable economic practices. So there is a huge pressure to take the sustainable path. Now, those pressures are resulting in what is called the global commitments to sustainability. Under Agenda 2030, under the Paris Accord, under the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, under a whole range of other commitments, under UNCLOS, IMO, ABNA and BBNA, basically directing the member states into a sustainable path. And what happens when we take such international commitments? Now, these commitments are adapted and adopted by the downstream regulatory and financial systems. Now, what has happened? The World Bank Group, which is the driver of developmental process in most of the developing countries, now they have embedded the sustainability principles into their financial tools. This has been done by the regional development banks. This is being done by a lot of member states. Now, they are all telling that if I have to deploy my money in future, I will deploy my money only if the economic activity is sustainable and conforms to better sustainable standards. Now, that will, in fact, in my view, that will make it much more difficult for unsustainable business practices to raise money from whatever channel they go to. Now, what are the channels, in fact? Most of the time, because sometimes we feel when we talk about blue economy, people think we are talking about something completely new. Blue economy is not new. Blue economy has been with us ever since, for generations, in fact. We have done ports and shipping, we have done fisheries, we have done offshore energy, we have done coastal tourism, you name it. All those sectors are known to us. If we have done those sectors in the past, we will continue to do those sectors, but in a better way. If we got the money in the past for those sectors, we'll continue to get money for future ventures as well. However, that money in future will demand greater sustainability. If your project is not sustainable, nobody will risk money on such projects. So there is an atmosphere which will eventually nudge and direct these investments into more sustainable pathways. Now, the next question is, do we have the money? All right, but there is an enabling environment, or there is an environment which is pushing or will push more and more investments into the sustainable pathways, but do we have the money? Now there, in fact, if you see, where have we got the money so far for all those blue economy sectors? Now, we have got money through very, very traditional channels. The money came through public sector investments, private sector investments, public-private investments, bank loans, grants, equity, debt. I'm sure those very routes will be available to us even for future adaptations and expansion. However, the need will be, they will demand greater sustainability standards. And as a result, in fact, the global financial system, they have created very creative tools of raising financing specifically meant for sustainable projects. I'm sure we have heard about, say, green bonds. World Bank started that some 10 years ago. Today, the global green bond market is something about $1 trillion. Then, of course, the climate bond initiative, they started mobilizing resources for sustainable practices. And their objective is to raise $100 trillion worth of different kinds of bonds, which will be then directed for sustainable projects. And I was looking at a recent data, which says as of 2018, something about $31 billion worth of commitments were available, not necessarily in green certified bonds, but in bonds and other financial instruments, which will deploy this money eventually for more sustainable projects. Then, of course, through the conventional route, I'm sure you have heard at the latest meeting taken by the UNSG, the World Bank Group, or the Multilateral Development Bank Group, they have committed $172 billion annually on sustainability, adaptations, mitigation, and resilience, in addition to something about $340 billion, which they have already committed. Now, all those signals which are developing at the international and the regional levels are now being integrated into the national regulations. Now, for example, in India, let me come to India. In India, when we look at blue economy sectors, people talk about fisheries, they talk about ports and shipping and all that stuff. Now look at, for example, the flagship program of blue economy, which is called Sagarmala. The Sagarmala is port-driven economic growth. And what kind of amount we are talking about? We are talking about $120 billion. Recently, in fact, the government announced possible investments into the fisheries to the tune of 25,000 crore rupees, which will translate to about $6 billion. Similarly, there are projections for offshore energy. There are projections for oil and gas. There are projections for all kinds of blue economy sectors. But even if the money is within India, for example, can I expect to get money for a project which does not meet the sustainability standards? The answer is no. We have a long policy framework, where each and every project has to go through an environment impact assessment. Now, what will happen? With the passage of time, this environment impact assessment will become more and more demanding, more and more, exacting, in fact. So the business will have to adapt and prepare to adapt to growing demands on sustainability for devising their future ventures and for adapting their existing ventures. But if you ask me, I will just kind of sum up because my time is over. If you ask me, my view is that unsustainable economic growth is not an option anymore. It would not be acceptable to people at large. And when it is not acceptable to people at large, it would automatically not be acceptable to the systems at large. If we have to go the sustainability route, blue economy is one of the pathways for achieving sustainability. In fact, we say always popularly blue economy means SDG 14. But in my view, BE is not SDG 14. It is SDG relating to hunger. It's SDG relating to poverty. It's SDG relating to gender justice. It is SDG relating to climate change. Now, if the blue economy is so relevant to achieving our flagship sustainable development goals under Agenda 2030 or the Paris targets under the Paris Accord, I'm sure there will be a lot of attention to finding a way to financing the future growth of blue economy, but through sustainable routes. So my, in fact, submission to our business community is, please bring good quality sustainable projects. Money would not be a problem. Money will not be a problem. I will stop here. And now I would want to listen to all of you, whether you agree with this approach, which I have taken, or the thought which I have developed. If you disagree, to what extent you disagree, what are the challenges you think which I have not been able to foresee? We would now listen to our very distinguished panel on how to finance blue economy, what are the opportunities, what are the pathways, and what are the challenges that we are facing in this segment of blue economy. So I would, as you would have seen in the program, we have 4 expert panelists. Each one will have about 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes to develop your thoughts. And we will start with Mr. Paul Holthus, the founding president and CEO of World Ocean Councils. Sir, in fact, when I looked at, because we have been studying the working of the World Oceans Council for many years now, the kind of work you are doing is extraordinarily important. And I'm sure with your 360-degree view of the blue economy or the oceans economy, you would be able to tell us whether we are going in the right direction as part of the task force when it comes to not only financing the blue economy, but even the sectoral performance. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, for those kind words and for really setting the stage there for what we're talking about today. And I do have a few slides. I'm not sure if those will be brought up by the secretary or if I should share a screen. And here we go.
Paul?
Excellent.
Yes,
Yep.
sir. Paul, we have it here.
Wonderful. Thank you. I can see it. I hope everyone else can see it. So really honored to have the opportunity to be a part of the panel and to be speaking today to all of you and really to bring in the context of the global business community. And as the ambassador was saying, sustainable development, ocean sustainable development, it's bigger than SDG 14. It really touches upon most, if not all of the SDGs in one way or the other. And in fact, also to take a bigger view, it's global in the sense of the entire planet and taking that global view, but it's also comprehensive in the sense that ocean sustainable development, even before the term blue economy became popular, the need for sustainable development of the global ocean was an imperative for the future of the planet, and will continue to be so after the SDGs. And so we really need to look at this broader long-term context and comprehensive global context. And that's what we do at the World Ocean Council. And to give you just a couple of minutes about who we are, this is the global business organization for sustainable development. So the Global Blue Economy Business and Investment Organization. We bring together uniquely all of the ocean-related sectors: shipping, fishing, aquaculture, offshore energy, ports, tourism, coastal tourism, cruise tourism, but also the legal and insurance and investment community that provides the sort of the software or infrastructure for ocean business operations, and really looking to create a leadership alliance of companies and private sector entities, big and small, to work together to create the leadership and collaboration and action needed to really ensure that we've got a healthy and productive ocean, and what we call corporate ocean responsibility. So the World Ocean Council is a business NGO focused on the ocean and sustainable development exclusively at a global scale. And so we've become recognized increasingly by a whole range of UN agencies and international business organizations for that specialized role of ocean sustainable development and the role of business and investment. We have members at one level, we have hundreds of companies that we actively engage in, and we have by far the world's largest business and investment network focused on ocean sustainability, with some 35,000 now in our network. A part of that overall set of program areas and activities is what we call the Ocean Investment Platform that I'll be talking about in more detail. As I say, though, we're bringing together that global business and investment community to focus on collaboration and leadership in achieving and maintaining a healthy and productive ocean, but also linking that to sustainable and responsible economic activity. And importantly, there are business drivers for this. So the need for access and social license are fundamental to any business operation. The potential to create synergies and economies of scale within sectors, and importantly for the ocean across the sectors in tackling sustainability issues. And also that very fundamental business need for stability and predictability in ocean operations, and that where there is a risk of not having stability and predictability, then there are challenges to how well business can operate. And so those risks can be through the effects of climate change, the effects of other ocean change, political, policy, legal, social pressure risk, all kinds of risks. So working to bring together, again, a leadership community of practice from the business and investment communities. I will also mention that we are honored to be have signed an MOU with FICCI last year that was signed at our annual Sustainable Ocean Summit. We had the Sustainable Ocean Summit in Paris a little over a year ago that was focused on financing, investing in ocean futures, finance and innovation for the blue economy. But let me get into the main, the next slide, please. The main substance of what I wanted to cover here. And this is really the need to engage the investment community, the finance institutions of the world, to become more familiar with the ocean economy. And we've been doing this for many years, for example, by having briefing presentations and sessions at the Institutional Investor Forum of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institute. And so not only does the finance community need to become more familiar with the ocean economy and how diverse it is and how it's growing and what challenges it faces, and that it's a multifaceted, multi-sectoral business ecosystem, also at a global scale then, working in this shared global ocean ecosystem. And those economic activities all have various environment and sustainability challenges, sustainable development issues, social issues, environment issues, governance issues. Many of those in the ocean operating environment are cross-cutting and multi-sectoral in nature, and hence the role of the World Ocean Council to look at the situation across the sectors. But importantly, and as the ambassador was indicating, there are investment opportunities, and this is a blue growth era that we are in, but it's about sustainable blue growth. Next slide, please. And so what we are doing is working across the globe to bring together these important three communities that can really help accelerate the sustainable blue economy. So one is, of course, the investment community, as I mentioned, just really helping to ensure that the ocean economy and ocean challenges and opportunities become more mainstream in the investment community. Secondly, and the core strength and reason for the World Ocean Council was the corporate sector. So these are, as I was mentioning, all of those user industries that are that make up the ocean economy, the shipping, fishing, oil and gas, etc. And all of those are supported by a range of industries that make it possible, as in the slides at the pictures at the bottom of this slide. Shipping requires shipbuilding, requires ports, it requires fuels, it requires maritime electronics. So this ocean business ecosystem I was referring to is a vast network of hundreds of thousands of companies that often then intertwine in providing services to different sectors. And so bringing that corporate sector together with the investment community, and thirdly, the entrepreneurs and the innovators that are providing solutions to the environment and sustainability and social challenges facing the ocean business community. Next slide, please. And so we are looking at developing the structure and the process to bring together those three communities, the corporate, the investment, and the innovation communities, and come to be able to come together to identify and explicitly articulate and evaluate the business priorities for investment in a sustainable blue economy. And this is often then opportunities that are, as I say, cross-cutting in nature to deal with issues that are faced by many different sectors. And so facilitating these synergies and economies of scale between the investors and the innovators to say, let's look at, I'll just choose one issue amongst the many that can be, that need to be addressed in terms of sustainability. On the environment side, for example, the spread of invasive species through biofouling. And so there are solutions that are necessary for the shipping community to deal with that, but those will also apply to the dredging community, the fishing community. All of these industries that have vessels and infrastructure that's moving around the world are part of both the problem and need to be a part of the solution to the particular issue of biofouling and the spread of invasive species. And that dynamic will play out, is being played out across many, many different issues. And so bringing those three communities together, investment, the corporate world, and the innovators is really a big part of moving forward and really exciting the interest of the investment community in the progressive companies and the solution providers that will deliver on the promise of investing in sustainability and achieving an economic return. Next slide, please. So what we're doing, I mentioned the Ocean Investment Platform to work at a global scale. We have a number of processes, structures that are emerging under the overall umbrella of the broad umbrella and the platform that the World Ocean Council provides, and then the more specific investment platform. And very specifically, we have an Ocean Investor Roundtable. And so we are convening the growing number of investors and funds that are focused on SDG 14 and ocean sustainable development, and really creating a community of practice where priorities and methods are being shared in a pre-competitive collaboration to help advance this whole new genre of ocean sustainability investing. Secondly, this other community I've mentioned, the innovation community, there has been over the last few years especially, but going back over the last 10 years, a real blossoming of accelerators, incubators, challenge competitions, and startup hubs that are focused on the blue economy and ocean sustainability. Some of these are sector specific, for example, around aquaculture. Some of them are geographically focused around a particular part of the world, and others are more general and broadly engaging on the blue economy. And what we're doing through this Global Blue Economy Innovation Initiatives Network is bringing these accelerators, incubators, challenge competitions, and startup hubs together to really create the synergies and economies of scale so that they can we can work to identify with them particular issues so that, say, a challenge competition can focus on a particular need that's market driven. Again, linking back to the corporate sector, what are the needs for improving small scale fisheries to make it more sustainable? And this could deal with a whole range of issues, and you will all, I'm sure, know many of those issues. And so to get these innovation initiatives to get a critical mass of them focusing on the same issue, perhaps, so that we have really the scaling of this problem, dealing with this problem, and the scaling of the interest to the level that the investment community becomes more interested by aggregating on a global level the need to deal with, say, small scale fisheries or coastal infrastructure resilience in small island states. If you look at one small island country, hard to interest an institutional investor. The numbers aren't big enough, frankly. But if you start looking at 25 or 30 small island states that all have the need for improving the resilience and adapting their ports and coastal infrastructure, now you're looking at the kind of projects, as the ambassador is saying, bring the projects in from the private sector. So link the business and investment community to really deal with these sustainability issues. So part of the way we're doing that is the third point here is, I'm sure you're all familiar with the ESG term, environment, social, and governance aspects of investment. And so really taking that core concept and context, investment community, and dealing with the ocean and ocean investment and risk, and creating the categories, the criteria, the metrics, the indicators for understanding impact. So how can to work with the investment community to understand how they can be sure that investment is having an impact in the positive sense of the word of impact investing. And so we have a working group that's getting going now on what we call the Ocean ESG project, these tools and outputs to help link that into the overall impact investing and sustainability investing community and bring that, as I said at the beginning, helping mainstream investing in the blue economy and ocean sustainable development. Next slide, please. And so I'll end there, and just to invite those of you that are interested to get in touch with us at the World Ocean Council. We do have our Sustainable Ocean Summit coming up as a virtual event. And again, we're very honored to be having become a partner and signed an MOU with FICCI, and really look forward to continuing to work with all of you in India on advancing the blue economy in India and South Asia, as well as on a global scale. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you so much. This is really a very, very useful, very, very knowledgeable presentation for us. But I was attracted to a couple of your statements, which if we learn to integrate in our thoughts, then the problem of sustainability could be solved to a large extent. For example, when you said ocean sustainability was there before the SDGs, will stay there after the SDGs, I totally agree with you. The oceans are going to stay there, and their sustainability will be a permanent feature. It is not really assigned for a particular number of years or a particular period. Then I really liked this thing called corporate ocean responsibility. Now, if the corporate sector is able to develop ocean responsibility, I'm sure the job is done. Then sustainability will not be a problem, because that responsibility could be built into the corporate thought process. And then, of course, your idea of combining the three main pillars, innovation, investor, and business. I think you're absolutely right. Unless we bring these three together, blue economy will not be a viable option to sustainable pathways. We have to bring these three together. And I'm sure your organization is working for that. And we, as your partner organization in FICCI, will be really looking forward to your guidance in this regard for application in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I would like to invite Mr. Roy Hoyas, who is CEO, partner, and owner, Lighthouse Finance, transition towards blue circular economy in food systems. I think if you ask me from a macro level to the sectoral level, that is what we are looking at, in fact. Can we translate those bigger ideas into the micro ecosystem of a particular sector? And I'm sure we'll be looking forward to listening to you how to translate those enabling ideas into finally action ideas. So the floor is yours for up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the invite to this seminar. I think it's an honor to be invited, and I think you are really touching something that is very important for the future. Of course, Lighthouse has a part of that, a position to make, and that was also one of the reasons we would very happy to join you on this conference. I have a presentation, so I will just on this 15 minutes to go through that and try to address some of the topics that has already been mentioned, and also Paul's presentation was very good, and I think we will find overlapping views on how this can be moved forward. So if you please, we'll show
can
my
you
presentation.
please bring the presentation? Yes.
Yeah, it's done.
Thank you. Yeah, seafood is our focus area. It's a broad definition because seafood is often defined as fish, but the food in the sea and in seafood is so much more. So if you please want to change the next picture. Yeah, so Lighthouse Finance, based originally from Norway, started back in 2013, where we were able to do a management buyout from a previous company that I was the CEO for. We had been working with the salmon farming for some years, and obviously gained a lot of knowledge and experience from the development of that industry. We took that with us in the task of actually focusing 100% on the aquaculture industry on a global footprint. And to drive our business forward, we were very, very fast focusing on what should be the main task of what we want to do. And in that sense, the 17 target of sustainability from the UN is obviously on our mindset every day. We are able to work with clients on a global matter and operations, and the company is actually involved in companies on a more or less global platform. That means that we are doing cases with clients in Africa, in the US, in Europe, and also through our previous relationships in India. We obviously are working very hard on that market also. What we do is structuring the financing for our clients. That means that we are helping them to achieve their goals. And we do that by supporting the best solution for each client based on their business and strategy going forward. And we do that on a global model. Please, the next picture. And just to give you a view of where we are today, we are based in Oslo, Denmark, and US and Singapore, but we are very proud and happy to say through the relationship with Innovation Norway and also the people in India, we are now establishing Lighthouse Finance in India. And that is something we really want to expand, and we think that the market in India is very interesting. And we have been working with the Indian market for the past 3 years. Next, please. So what are we bringing to the table? We bring to the table what you today maybe call a blue financing. It's put together in a complete package where we obviously use all the resources and all the tools that are in the market today. That means that green bonds, as mentioned earlier, is a part of the solution. We often use multi-country funding programs. Private debt is one part of it. But also not to forget the government's sponsor credit guarantees programs from different countries. And our knowledge and specialty is actually be able to utilize all of these capital resources that we see in the market. Because today I will say that it's not lack of capital out there, it's lack of cases that are today fitting into the way of looking into the future. Sustainability, environmental impact, circular economy and circular industry. All of these words that we are obviously learning to know is actually very actual, a part of how the future business will look like. So putting all that opportunities together, it's actually more a discussion about how is the industry going to look for the future. And for us, this is a combination of what we have learned, but also what we have experienced, and also what we see is still missing. And that is a combination that I want to go through today, trying to highlight some of the major focus areas that the industry needs to embrace and do as a part of way of living. So please, if we can go to the next. I just want to start with something that is actually been mentioned by Paul in the presentation also. We have been working with a lot of equipment suppliers over the years that are providing solutions to the industry. It's everything in the sea, obviously processing on land. We see RAS technology giving an opportunity to actually scale and develop the industry on land. Farming on land is definitely coming for a huge volume coming up on that issue, but also the waste, environmental security of putting the package together, as we have developed a relationship with the wastewater solution. So we are also taking care of the total circular industry. But this is on the producer side, the equipment side. But this is just a part of what is needed to be put in. And we see previously a big gap between the suppliers, the operating industry, and actually the environmental impact of the industry itself. What is the value of the total package? So if we move to the next picture, we are actually diving into the core of what we want to talk about. sustainable environmental circular global picture. This is where everything starts, and this is where I'm usually using most of our time these days, is talk about how we can utilize what we already have, but we need to put it in a model that is actually creating all the values that we are looking for. That's a new way of thinking still, even if a lot of industry players and people around the world is embracing this type of circular model. But it is important that this is done from the core of the business. It's nothing you can just show on a PowerPoint presentation. It needs actually to come from the backbone of the business. And you need to embrace that type of strategy or the way of thinking to be able to utilize, as I said previously, the money is out there, but you need to make sure that they believe in you and that you are able to utilize that money. And if you dive more into this circular environmental sustainable model, please, the next picture will dive into maybe also one of the topics today is the financial part of it. This is probably with the first view of it, it doesn't make sense, but in reality, it's not only talking about the impact of sustainable model of circular industry. It's also, you need to understand the implication of the circular economy of a business. And this is obviously a very important part to implement in your way of thinking, because you need to understand the impact that your business is going to have one way or another into phase two. And the financial solution will have an impact of the solution you are getting will be impacted by the other what you call shareholders in your business, actually. Not shareholders as an equity partner, but shareholder as you're going to buy and you're going to live and you're going to use and you're going to contribute to the community. And putting this together is obviously not an first easy way to think, but if you do this right, you will have access to several sources of financing, blue economic, green bonds, governmental support. And I think the important thing is that the circular flow of income actually visualizing for the company how they will put their financing strategy together in the end of the day. And please, the next picture. And then we are into the food system. And if you see the impact of the circular economy in the food system, and all of this is obviously done by everyone is looking to be the basic of a circular model is that you are sustainable. So you need to be obviously thinking sustainable, but that's more comes without saying these days. But then you need to actually think about how is it possible for me to utilize and get to the level where I'm really driving a sustainable business. We think that you need to understand the circular impact of your business, and you need to actually embrace the model of thinking differently through a circular type of understanding. That means that food and food consumption and the impact of food is so much more than just farming a fish and then send it to the consumer to eat. It's actually understanding from your starting point, nutrition, and understanding the farming and the impact the farming have, and also the value of the farming you create. And we see that today, that it's very easy to see that an industry player is thinking, I'm going to buy some equipment for my business because I'm going to process a fish. And that's the framework that a lot of the industry is coming from. A circular model that is based on that you are going to develop a sustainable platform is taking consideration all the values you need to bring into a company. That means that you need to erase the old way of looking at a partner that is providing a technology solution. And as Paul said, you need to bring these industry players together and utilizing the knowledge and think the same model. And when they are able to embrace that model, then you are actually in a position to utilize the value and then create new values. And a circular model is all about not only utilizing your own value and creating your own value, but it's also the impact of creating a more value through relationships with sustainable partners. That is, in the end of the day, looking at how can our circular model have a huge impact on the globe itself. So it's a big picture, but you need to scale it down, of course. Otherwise, you will just talk about the big ones, but you need to move the small steps to be able to run the marathon. And it is a marathon, you know.
Yes.
But what we have seen is that the companies who is able to start working on this and at least have a strategy on this is actually able today to utilize financial tools that are trademarked for this purpose. Green bonds, as we're talking about, Anup, you mentioned. It's a lot of opportunities, blue economic solutions. It's out there, and it's definitely possible to put them together in different structures. But to be able to utilize those capital structure, you actually need to show them that you are at least a sustainable strategy on your business. But you also need to embrace the opportunity to contribute more to the total impact of the global community. And that is where the circular model is doing a great purpose. And we have seen clients in the seafood industry today that are utilizing green bonds. And by using green bonds, because they, as an operation, is ticking off all the boxes that the green bond investors are calibrating their capital to be used for. Suddenly, some of their suppliers is not available anymore because they are not allowed to use that money to their suppliers that are not clearing of the sustainable, environmental, circular, blue economic goals or tasks that you need to have in place to be able to utilize that capital. And this is obviously changing the landscape for everyone, because suddenly now it's not just an environmental drive that we want to take care of the globe. We need to be environmental impact, and we need to have the sustainability.
Right, may I request you to take a minute to conclude?
Yeah, I have the last one here.
Okay, thank you.
Just to give you an example of how this can be put together, we have a case. This one is used, it's a live case, it's done under development. And this is an example of a circular model that is taking care of the sustainable part of how an industry can go together. And it's a land-based farm. It's going to farm salmon, but the industry player is also inviting the processor. So he will have a processing plant beside, connected to the farm. And as a result of that, the waste from the processor is going to the next plant, and that plant is connected to that again with a third industry player. And all the wastewater coming from this industry is going to the fourth industry player, who is a wastewater single cell protein producer, who is connected to all of this again. And to complete the circular model, even the feed producer put up a plant in the site, and then you see the circular model connected together. This is how you can see this industry park is then developing from one player to 5. And that changed the complete landscape of how access to green bonds and blue economic solution is available. So with that, and the next slide, please. I want to thank you for the time, and I hope I was touching something of the topics you want me to touch.
Yes, thank you so much, Roy. I think there couldn't be something more relevant to the Indian fishery industry. We being the second largest producers in aquaculture. And I have been to the Indian coastal states to see for myself what kind of challenges these aquaculture producers are facing. And a lot of those solutions lie with you, in fact. And I'm sure in FICCI will try to keep this contact alive and carry the solutions to the problems. So I really thank you very much. This is will need a lot of follow-up, Sushma, on our part. And I'm sure we will stay together. We will stay together as long as the oceans are there. Thank you very much. And the next speaker I have is Mr. Souvik Bhattacharya. He's from TERI, and his expertise is how to combine energy and environment, which is one of the major challenges for sustainability, because the minute we bring in energy, the sustainability starts complaining. And whenever we bring sustainability, the energy says, oh my God, I am out of the game. So I'm sure he is going to tell us how to combine these two in a sustainable manner. So Souvik, the floor is yours for next up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, fellow panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'm not having any kind of a PPT, but what I'm going to do is I would like to share some of the examples and how blue economic financing is helping some of the areas in the traditional practices as well as in the newer areas. And at the same time, what are the current and the potential future investment opportunities that will arise that can take some of the existing sustainable as well as few potential future activities in this space in a new territory. So I feel that we are organizing this Digina at a time like when the world is passing through a very critical phase and economies are struggling to revive economic growth and development. And while the revival packages announced by these different countries have focused on the traditional economic sectors and ensuring social security, however, many countries are yet to recognize and push certain economic sectors that have the ability to create unprecedented growth opportunities, not only for a country, but across geographies, and blue economy sector is definitely one of them. We rely on healthy ocean ecosystems for the abundance of resources that ocean provides, from medicines to jobs, to food, to the various ways of transportation, and the crucial climate control. And between 2009 and 2016, the blue economy grew from almost 9.7% to from 3 to 9.7%, and it is projected to grow at twice the rate at the mainstream economy by 2030. So this creates a compelling case why we should have more sustainable financing and investment in the sector. Well, there are few exceptions, at least from the intervention perspective and the kind of case studies and good practices that we have witnessed over quite some time. And the recent being the the 2020 Blue Economy Report, where it acknowledges sectors such as the coastal and marine tourism, as well as fisheries and aquaculture that have been severely affected by the coronavirus pandemic, and how blue economy as a whole presents a huge potential in terms of its contribution to the recovery process. In fact, a few weeks ago, a draft paper was also launched called the Maritime Sector, a Green Post-COVID Future, that will also identify ways to make the EU's blue economy more sustainable in line with the European Green Deal. If we look at the kind of like financing mechanism and the transition that this particular sector has witnessed over quite some time, the official development assistance and the philanthropy were like the initial providers of key financial support to the sector. However, in the last 10 years, the share of other contributors have increased quite significantly because of a growing appetite in the venture capital and impact investment for ocean investments, which has resulted in establishment of a number of newer funds in the past few years. And one example, which is quite often referred in literature, is the Blue Invest platform for SMEs that was established a year ago in 2019 by the European Union and the European Investment Fund. So this encompassed a package of measures, including coaching for the investment readiness and financing and final steps for any new business needs to undertake before it is implemented, including, say, the demonstration, the certification, and the marketing and the linkages that they need to establish with different entities. And in line with the EU's move towards leveraging its support, the grants were made conventional on letters of intent from the investors, either from the public or from the private sector. In addition, around, I think around 75 million worth of liquidity from the European Investment Fund with almost 95% guarantee from the European Fund for Strategic Investment were like made available early this year. Another interesting area which I find it extremely relevant so far promoting blue economy is concerned is treatment of water, because the oceans form the base for all the water which is consumed in the economy and which essentially feed into that particular system. So it becomes all the more important to ensure that what is being actually getting or reaching the oceans need to be appropriately treated. And one example that I was looking at was the untreated flow of waste and its management in Bulgaria, from the urban industrial clusters to the rivers and then to oceans, and how it was affecting the marine local biodiversity. And there was a company, I'm just forgetting the name of the company, but it was quite instrumental in terms of developing an infrastructure for water supply and sanitation, and they could access the EBRD and the European Structural Investment Fund for establishing the treatment infrastructure, as well as ensuring that the treated water is used to the extent possible wherever the demand is before it is allowed to be passed into the rivers and finally mixing with the oceans. Another important initiative we found a couple of years ago was the European Investment Bank coming together with the AFW and AFD and KFW, the German promotional bank that launched the Clean Oceans Initiative, where it identified projects that could fight plastic waste in rivers, seas, and on land. And the goal is to finance almost 2 billion euros in public and private sector projects in the next 3 years. ADB, interestingly, in the region, last year launched the action plan for healthy oceans and sustainable blue economies for Asia and the Pacific region. And the action plan for healthy was to, in fact, expand financing and technical assistance for ocean health and marine economy. And the projects that is expected to be financed between now and 2024-25 would be somewhere around 5 to 6 billion, including co-financing from the partners. And it will focus on 4 major areas, creating inclusive livelihoods and business opportunities in tourism sectors, in fisheries, protecting and restoring coastal and marine ecosystems, rivers, and reducing land-based marine pollution, including plastics, wastewaters, and even soil erosion, particularly along the coastal regions, and the agricultural runoff. In fact, Asia and the Pacific is at the epicenter of major crisis. Particular plastic pollution has been concerned, although like we have seen to a large extent West having a kind of a significant contribution, but the situation and the scenario is changing significantly, particularly in the developing countries, and threatening the productivity of the region's marine ecosystem, which we have been like really boosting for so many years. And it's crucial that how we are able to really revive them. And this particular project, the ADB's project, is in fact targeting at some of the major river systems in the region. And in fact, why so? Because almost 90 to 95% of some of the major river systems are contributing to a majority of the plastic pollution in the region. One of the interesting aspects so far the the blue economy financing is concerned is the aspect of the floating wind projects. Now that has attracted a lot of attention internationally, but the kind of growth that we have seen has been modest, and European Union is a kind of a leader as of now, with a 75 megawatt of installed capacity, contributing to 70% of the total installed capacity of floating wind across the world. So non-recourse financing or lending accounts for the majority of the financing flow to conventional European offshore wind projects, and that is also like expected in the existing as well and in future floating projects. Debt financing conditions are kind of like somewhat very favorable because of the large interest towards the Paris Agreement we have witnessed in the European region. And the non-recourse loan would be a kind of a preferred route for unlocking many of the benefits while providing long-term financing and a diversified pool of investors, bringing all this diversified pool of investors, particularly from the banking as well as from the non-banking sector. Although we have seen some interest coming through equity participation from the oil and gas sector, the utilities, the developers, and the independent power producers. 3 entities, in fact, had come together, and that's something I was just trying to look at if there are some good examples. So last year, I think 3 entities came together. It was the Japan's largest utility company, JERA, the Edeme, it's a French state-owned investment company, and Ideal, it's a global technology developer so far the floating wind tech is concerned. And they have a plan to install nearly 2 gigawatt of floating wind projects across different parts of the world in the next 5 years. There are new business opportunities which are really coming up, and at least that also gives us a good impetus in terms of why new thinking and innovations in sustaining blue economy can promote innovative financing through startups and venture capital fund in the sector. And one of the examples that I thought would be very relevant here is the Dendra Systems. It's a UK-based company that is providing technology that is providing restoration services to the environment in the natural ecosystem. So they have this drone-based automation and AI-powered intelligence platform, and they are basically using that one to, in fact, plant those mangroves in various coastal regions. Manually planting the mangroves might be very difficult, so those seeding can be very difficult. So what they do is that they have those drones, they inject it from the air so that it goes deep into that soil, and over time it actually grows and flourishes. And it has attracted a lot of like attention and investment, and without any kind of an intervention, an actual person going into that region and really having an impact in terms of the overall success over manual seeding. So this technology driven seeding is really interesting and worth visiting. In fact, the website is there and we can all see the kind of case study. And the final aspect that I'm going to touch upon is the bioeconomy, which is very niche, somewhat has a huge potential, but somehow is not able to grow because of whatever factors. And the reason why I'm saying so is that TERI is also involved in the aspect of producing marine microalgae, and because it's a kind of a non-traditionally exploited group of marine organisms, and their commercial biomass applications has enormous potential to in fact substitute some of the existing products and oil from the fossil route. In fact, marine algae, both the micro as well as the macro algae, hold immense potential, not only providing like substitutes for diesel and conventional oil in the form of biodiesel, but valuable sustainable industrial chemicals like bioplastics, and more importantly, the various micronutrients. In fact, we are also trying to develop certain fish feed. So once you take out the lignin from the biomass, those can be actually converted into fish feed. And we are already having a kind of a small pilot project in Goa, where we are trying to see to what extent they can be, they are effective in terms of increasing the mass of the fish, the aquaculture, and possibly it can be scaled up. And it's being undertaken under the Department of Science and Technology funded project on marine algae, which we are working with a few consortium partners. Now, interestingly, in Europe, we have seen some good success. In fact, I was looking at some of the results and funding results, and between 2014 and 19, the European Union, in fact, co-founded almost 355 projects addressing blue biotechnologies in all the EU28 countries, and the overall contribution was more than 100 million. And many proved promising at the R&D stages and progressed into a lot of like pilot and demonstration scale. However, the sustainability of these products are we know that contingent to the prices of the competing conventional materials, and unless and until established product pricing from fossil routes also builds in the externalities or the external costs, the overall pricing of the new or sustainable products will be a kind of a challenge. But still, nevertheless, the process is on, because we can actually compete to a large scale with product diversification as well as scaling up, and also reducing unnecessary cost in terms of ensuring that we are able to meet the local needs rather than targeting the larger or the bigger needs of the economy at the first go. Well, finally, to end, challenges still remain in the form of clarity in understanding the exposure to the risks, the kind of risks that we are going to experience, and how we quantify them, the skill sets that would be required in terms of understanding the impact investment around blue economy, and quantifiable environmental benefits attributable to the investment community. And at times, even investment community who is going to say typical investment banking sector, and in fact the fund managers may not be even aware of the kind of portfolio that can be offered to the investor community. So I think those are the some of the key impediments, apart from the larger policies and governance issues that we quite often talk about. So while in those areas need or have been like achieved quite a bit of attention, but I think these are the kind of more nuanced and critical interventions that are very important and need adequate attention, particularly at the institutional level. But the good news is that there seems that asset owners, and there is a growing pressure on the investment community, and fund managers are slowly waking up to the dire state of the ocean and the major portfolio risks looming in a business as usual portfolio. So with growing innovation and good practices and acknowledgement of the benefits and returns, we would very soon be able to channelize financial resources many times more than what we have experienced till now, thereby creating a new path for a sustainable blue economy transition. Thank you so much for your attention, sir.
Thank you so much, Souvik. It was a wonderful collection of best practices and success stories. I'm sure there's a lot to learn from what you have presented. Talking of, in fact, the sustainability gains, I thought I'll share with you something which I read a few days ago. We thought by not spending on water treatment, which you also mentioned too, we will probably saving money, a lot of money on that, right? And then, by 2025, we'll be spending annually $75 billion on domestic water purification systems. Now, I don't know whether we really saved or we wasted. Similarly, on air, for example, by 2025, we'll be annually spending something about $14 billion for domestic air purification. I'm not even talking about industrial purification. So there is a substantial sustainability gain, and we need to learn that a dollar wrongly saved today will result in a 5-time expenditure a little later. So that is the benefit of sustainability. And now we have with us our last, but not the least, as we always say, speaker, Saurabh Thakur. Saurabh is Associate Fellow at National Maritime Foundation. And he works on, in fact, very specifically on blue economy and climate change, and pays a lot of attention to sustainability of the coastal zone ecosystems. So we listen to Saurabh. Saurabh, the floor is yours for next 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir. Being the last speaker, I have not so enviable task of bringing this webinar to a close. I'll keep my video off because I am having a bit of an internet issue. But can you start the slides, please?
Sushma, can you bring the slides?
Yes, sir. I think there's a bit of a technical issue. We're just bringing that up.
जितेंद्र जी, मैंने उस दिन इसी फोन पे अपना होंडा की वो पेपर्स भेजे हैं, पॉलिसी भेजी है ताकि रिव्यू हो. हाँ, तो अब क्या हुआ उसका?
May we request others to please switch off their mics?
आप मुझे या तो फोन नंबर दे दो जिनका आना चाहिए. चलिए ठीक.
Saurav, there seems to be an issue with the presentation we had. Run it in the morning. Would it be possible for you to share it?
I'll try, ma'am. Can I do I have the sharing?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. We've enabled it.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's saying it's disabled. I don't think I have the rights to share the screen right now.
Just checking that. Just give me 1 second, Saurav.
That's all right.
Saurav, it's done. Please try again. Apologies. Please try again.
Yeah, I can do it now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you see it?
Yes, please. It's
Okay.
good.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be speaking since I'm the last one to go, and most of the points that I think, have already been discussed in quite detail. So I'll be concentrating on the knowledge-based understanding of blue economy. And just to get into the theme of this webinar today, and that talked about a post-pandemic world. And I'll begin with this theme. And there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of talk about COVID being a moment of reckoning, a moment of transition, and an opportunity to sort of make a green or a blue transition. But before we speculate on future, the past presents certain key lessons, and the history is replete with examples, especially history of pandemics, that the seismic impact that we are hoping may not actually come through. But there are certain conditions that have changed with COVID-19, and what I've listed, some of them I've listed here. One is the level of the global travel that has gone up, urbanization, rate of urbanization, especially in the case of India, which has gone up, but particularly climate change and ecological degradation that has a huge impact when we talk about a post-pandemic world. Now, if you even look at, these are some of the findings of the recent Ministry of Science report, first assessment report on climate change, and even under an intermediate scenario of RCP 4.5, India or even the South Asian region could see an average temperature rise of nearly 2.4%, 2.4 centigrades, which is higher than the Paris objectives. Now, so when we talk of a post-pandemic world, we have to make a distinction. What do we mean by a global pandemic? Can the responses and the local realities of how this pandemic has been dealt with match? Does it match across scale? And the second question that leads into my main presentation is that when we talk of the modes of recovery, blue economy, ocean economy, or different definitions that we have in place, are there synergies between these terms? Now, the way I wanted to look at it was to understand blue economy as a knowledge-based economy. And there are multiple ways of defining what a knowledge-based economy is. And just like blue economy, there are multiple understandings of what knowledge-based economy means. But I've picked up two, and which are relevant, particularly in the case of blue economy, which is the codified knowledge and the tacit knowledge. Now, codified knowledge is basically information, or the information economy that we have in place. And this is the kind of knowledge that is easily transferable. It is easy to store and especially easy to reproduce. But there's also the tacit knowledge, which refers to skills, ideas, and experiences that people have moved from one generation to other, but has not necessarily been codified. Now, there's always been a bit of a tussle between which of these two need to be brought forth when we talk about the blue economy. But in my view, personally, the best way to look at how we have to see how these two interact with each other. So whether it's the information economy, when we talk about the numbers that exist on blue economy, and then there is also the skill and the ideas. Now, blue economy, particularly in the case, knowledge economy in the case of blue economy is key here. When we talk about knowledge economy, understanding of blue economy, the focus is on contextualizing this concept. This will help in understanding local realities, the pulse on the ground, and in turn inform better decision making. Now, one of the reasons for the low investments in blue economy sectors, especially emerging blue economy sectors, has been the high risk nature of the investment. That's something the other speakers have also talked about. And the reason for that is that there is a very high upfront cost, and the benefits that accrue happen over a very long period of time. Now, that central paradox exists, and that is something that has to be dealt with. Now, one of the key facts of a knowledge-based understanding of a blue economy means that apart from talking about capacity building, we also have to talk about capability building. What that means is that we cannot simply talk about blue economy anymore as an extractive model of growth, but also as a restorative model of growth. Now, knowledge economy promotes a network approach which interweaves different sectors. So when we talk of a certain problem, especially let's say an issue arising out of anthropogenic climate change, different sectors from shipping, fisheries, tourism, hospitality, MSME, all of them interact in different ways, and those different relationships need to be mapped. That is the first task. Now, the other point of the knowledge economy is that how do you move, the concept needs to move from a political vision of the policy to the policy on ground. Now, there are certain critical differences that need to be brought to here. Now, it is not only Knowledge economy not only once, like I said, focuses on the information economy, but also includes tacit forms of knowledge. For example, if we are going to tomorrow talk about human capital is at the center of knowledge economy, which means if there has to be new kinds of livelihood, if we have to develop new forms of employment, we also have to bring people, and this human capital has to be built alongside that transition. And this transition has to be financed, this transition has to be secure. Now, knowledge economy requires innovation and, more importantly, even disruptive innovation as the threat of climate change increases. And this has implications, a lot of local implications for people who are employed in traditional sectors. Now, new skills will be needed and government has to invest and incentivize this transition. Now, finally, there has to be a shared leadership is critical for ensuring a collective ownership of this concept. What I mean by collective ownership here is the blue economy cannot merely be a concept on paper. If it has to translate into reality in different sectors of blue economy, people who are employed and working, invested in those sectors have to embrace that version of blue economy. And as we have already come across during those 3 legs of this Digina, there are multiple ways in which blue economy is understood and interpreted by different stakeholders who are involved in this. Now, this is somewhat, yeah. Now, this figure depicts a scenario that all of us have become familiar with. It shows the impact of climate change on fisheries. And we can see an RCP 8.5 scenario, which is the business as usual scenario up to 2100. And this is an important indicator of the state of affairs that the world is entering in the post-pandemic world. And I want to, over the next few slides, talk about 2 case studies or 2 cases that clearly bring out the paradoxes and the potential of blue economy in overcoming this picture. First is the aquaculture sector that has been talked about by a lot of people before me here. And we've heard a number of speakers, and I won't repeat those points, but I'll just add another point to it, that aquaculture has often been presented as a solution. It has been seen as an alternative to the unsustainable fishing techniques. It is a scalable source of protein, so it deals with the questions of food insecurity and malnutrition as well. But here's an example of and this comes out of a report, quite a few reports have come out, but one in particular called Fishing for Catastrophe. And this talks about the FMO sector, which is been a very important sector in India's aquaculture, aqua feed market as well. And it's almost valued at $1.2 billion. And it basically deals with the purchase of trash fishes or the low trophic level species of fishes. Now, this has been seen as a very good way of sort of expanding the fisheries and aquaculture sector in India, but it has a downside that has also need to be looked at. What has happened is that over the period of time as this aquaculture market sector in India grew, the demand of the fish meal, fish oil sector also grew, and the aquaculture became a dominant user of this sector. And what this has led to is that it has led to collapsing fish stocks. New species have been introduced to meet the market demand. There's now been diversion of food varieties over and above the trash fishes to meet this demand. And of course, the entry of non-traditional fisher people have led the traditional artisanal fishermen into towards more overfishing in Indian waters and outside. And because I think it's Mr. Bhattacharya also talked about the unregulated and unregistered farming in India, which has negative externalities in terms of contamination of lakes, water bodies, and how that water is going into the oceans. So there's a heavy use of antibiotics to boost the demand, the growth. These are all factors that need to be looked into, because they basically create a problem when you are looking at the primary function, the primary objectives that aquaculture began with, is the ecological benefits and food insecurity. If we do not take care of the negative externalities, we reach to it's a zero-sum game. The second sector that is somewhat is the mangrove sector. Now, this has been around for quite some time, and what I wanted to talk about here was the economic worth of ecosystem services. Now, for any investment climate to exist in a field, determining its value is the main issue. Although traditional usage of mangroves can be valued in monetary terms, the task becomes stringent once we look into the non-market values, which are underappreciated and under-researched. And this includes I've put them in blue as well. These are new uses of mangroves that have to be requires a new kind of investment. Now, the sector in okay, yeah. Now, there has been quite a bit of development. When we look at this graph here, the world has moved quite way far from what it was looking at the mangrove sector in the 1980s to include more different understandings of what mangroves ecosystem services are available to in the blue economy sector. So this transition needs to further move in directions away from just the use of as a foods resource or a timber resource, and into, like I said, carbon sequestration, blue carbon initiatives, and climate regulation, flood control. These different kinds of non-market values have to be now studied in more detail. Now, I think this has been talked about quite in detail, so I'll keep it brief here. But one of the main reasons for the shortage of investment in the ocean sustainability has been the fragmentation within this sector. The blue economy framework, which encourages an interdisciplinary approach and involves a more number of sectors and which indirectly and directly contribute towards blue economy, this creates a conducive environment. So the blue economy concept in that sense is a positive development. Where the second point that I've pointed out here is what I talked about in the previous slide as well, that how do you value natural capital? The methods that are in place currently are in their infancy, and how do you value ecosystem services? This is an important area that has to be looked into. Now, there's a need for greater information and in-depth studies to understand the risks and opportunities involved in these sectors, and especially in the true emerging sectors. And because of their small scale and means, that means that there is high risk and less than attractive returns on investment initially. But as the previous speakers also talked about, when you look at it in the long term, the risks go down and the investments definitely grow. The returns grow. Now, the other point that we have to, when we talk about financing for development, is the embedded sustainability as concept. Now, this is a concept that has been talked about for quite some time, that when we talk about blue economy, which part of it are we concentrating on, the blue part or the economy part? And that really comes down to how you embed sustainability into that concept, or do you just add it on as an additional afterthought? So in my view, the blue of the blue economy has to be prioritized in order to make this concept successful on the ground. What that means is that at least in the private sector, what that would mean is incorporating environmental, health, and social values into the core business activity itself. And this is true for the government as well, where sustainability has to be brought front and center when we talk about blue economy. Now, there are different, it just doesn't, what it means is that it doesn't just add a marginal symbolic character of sustainability to a certain project, but changes the whole core ethic and values with which a certain business or a certain investment is done. Embeddedness is also critical from the perspective of blue economy, as it can promote innovation and disruptive innovation, which is also the need of the hour when we have to deal with threat of climate change. So it will. Finally, the instruments, I think this has been talked about by the previous speakers, and the blended finance is one that is critical for leveraging the benefits of blue economy. What blended finance means is that.
Saurabh, would you be able to conclude in a minute or so?
Yes, sir. Just one slide left. Okay, so leveraging public finance will be a key for funding innovative pilot projects and attract private capital to those pilot projects, as there is a lack of track record when it comes to new emerging sectors in blue economy, which has been one of the key reasons why investment has been slow. So this means if the government can invest more in pilot projects, which can then create a certain track record in place, that will boost innovation and boost investments in these emerging sectors. Blue bonds is also yet another initiative that is on the lines of the green bond, as already been stated, that India is the second largest green bond market in the world now after China. And there's heavy investment from the IREA, the railways, IRFC, and even SBI has now walked into the green bond market. So the blue bonds on this by limiting its scope to the ocean activities will be a good initiative as well. And there are sufficient examples like the Seychelles and the Baltic Nordic blue bonds. These are initiatives that are key to success of the blue economy, but certain prerequisites here will be that there has to be an awareness about what this means, and there has to be monitoring and verification practices that have to be seen into, and there is also the transparent management practices so as to avoid the pitfalls such as greenwashing in this market. Finally, I think I'll just sum it up since there's less time here, but there are, like the ambassador also said, that sustainability is the key safeguard, is key to safeguarding long-term investments and preventing bad investments. So that is something that I also wanted to talk about. But in summation, what I want to say is that blue economy has to be understood from different point of views. There's a science-based understanding of blue economy, which leads to higher investment in technology and innovation. There's a community-based understanding of blue economy, which invests in community participation, planned intervention by government, building trust among communities, and creating visible local benefits of blue economics transition so that the public understands what that intervention means. And finally, there's a participative understanding of blue economy, which is key, where the government plays a key role in scaling up the process so as to invite large-scale investments. And global partnerships will be key source of both technology transfer and finance. I think I'll end with that, sir.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. In fact, I would entirely agree with you on these aspects like the knowledge part of blue economy. In fact, I very strongly believe that the knowledge required and knowledge available to deal with blue economy in a sustainable manner, the gap is huge. And we need to plug this gap between the kind of knowledge required and kind of knowledge available, because otherwise we would not be able to understand the complexity of sustainability. You see, oceans, we have to understand, we know very little about oceans. And that is a very major challenge. When we do something on the land, we know the consequences tomorrow. We do it in the ocean, we don't see the consequences. As a result, we run a greater risk in oceans in the absence of knowledge. I totally agree with you that we need to work on the knowledge gap of ocean, and we have to pay a lot of attention to that. And blue economy, as you rightly said, will have to be an inclusive approach. You will have to carry with you all the stakeholders, because nobody is a singular custodian of that knowledge. That knowledge is available with different stakeholders, and unless we combine that knowledge, we would not be able to fully understand how the oceans behave. And the stakes are very high. We cannot ignore not knowing the oceans. Thank you very much, Saurabh. Sushma, with this, we have come to the end of the panel discussion. Do you have any questions which have come through the online platform?
Sir, more than questions, there are comments about the need to be inclusive, the need to be participative, because, you know, with a lot of MSMEs active in the blue economy sector, there has to be, you know, some kind of an umbrella financing, which is what we have also been talking about. So now we can request, of course, after you've given your summary, then we'll request Manish sir to give a vote of thanks. So back to you, sir.
You see, what we can do, whatever comments we have received, please upload them on our platform so Certainly, that the speakers are able to read those comments and provide them the opportunity to answer or reflect on those comments. So that those who have raised those comments also know how our experts have reacted to those comments.
Absolutely, sir. We'll
I think I would simply want to say I couldn't be happier, because I was looking forward to a business-like session, and this was really a business-like session. We had the problem-solving approach, we had the best practices approach, we had the success stories approach, and we had, in fact, a multi-sectoral look at the blue economy from the business perspective. There was business, there was governance, there was finance, there was technology. I think it was a great combination of various business aspects of blue economy. And that is what I was looking forward to. And I'm very happy that we got some answers. We got very useful inputs and suggestions. But my submission would be that while we end the session, but we would not end this relationship. It has to continue because there are a lot of answers which people are seeking on the ground. We need to bring these answers to those people who are seeking those answers and carry the process forward. With these words, I would like to thank everyone, all my very distinguished panelists. I would like to thank our partners and organizers. I would also want to tell the experts participating today, in case they want to make any comment after listening to other presentations, they can use a minute for making such intervention. So Sushma, bear with us. We'll give 4 minutes, 1 minute to each, in case they want to say something after listening to the other presentations. So the floor is open again. Anyone wants to say something for a minute?
I'll
just
jump in. Paul Holt, who's here from the World Ocean Council, just to say, I think, as you were saying, Ambassador, this really was exemplary of the way in which we really need to look across the aspects of the blue economy and even just within the finance and investment side of things. There are many different facets and components to that in terms of the different kinds of financing, the different terms and conditions and expectations of different kinds of financing, the scope and scale of things. And so I think, there's a lot to be done to really look at how to sort of mix and match, and this whole idea now of that's growing in terms of blended finance that I think will be really important, especially in developing countries, and bringing in a mix of risk appetite and portfolios. So I think these are the kinds of discussions that really need to be continued and developed, and really focused in on projects that demonstrate and prove and learn the lessons of the way forward and some of the creative financing that we need to really advance the blue economy.
Yes, I totally agree. In fact, whatever we may say, sustainability finance is a new field, in fact. And we need to really develop systems for making it more predictable, more understandable by the stakeholders. And I'm sure, what we are doing today, such exercises will help clarify this very complex ecosystem of financing, and will make it more, I would say, legible to the stakeholders. Anybody else? Anybody else wants to make a comment or something? I think we are done. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just want to connect on Paul's view of the session. I was also thinking about the opportunity this session has been visualizing for actually the potential that are rising in India, and the opportunity and awareness is a very good starting point. And I think the people who has joined this panel today has been giving a very good view and a broad view of how complex but still manageable this topic is. And I think this just explained for me that it's definitely a huge opportunity for the market and the industry in India.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we'll need to work on, I would say, more precise matchmaking in terms of the haves of technology and knowledge and have-nots of the technology and knowledge. how we can really bring them together and bridge this gap which exists. If there any other comment, if none, then we will request Manish to. Manish, you want to close the session? So it's over to Manish.
So you'll have to unmute.
Oh, I have to unmute. No, I am unmuted.
Yeah. So no, I was just saying that probably Ambassador Mudgal's already summed it all after Ambassador Bhatia set the tone for the day today. So not much for me to add, because I rightly agree with Ambassador Mudgal that it's been a very holistic session. I would say a very, I would say, crisp and summarized form of all the aspects of blue economy and ocean resources, which I witnessed last year when I went to Paris for Paul's World Ocean Council meeting. So to that extent, yes, very useful. Before I formally thank all our partners, I think I may only again reiterate what Ambassador Bhatia started stating in the morning, that we have to really look at greater participation from the industry now. While yes, like rightly Ambassador Mudgal mentioned, that sustainability is going to be very important for the industry to consider going forward, and gestation period for blue economy projects could be larger. But with so many financing options available, and if environmental impact assessments are done properly, I think blue economy will still be a very large opportunity. If we are just at about 4% of GDP, that means there's a long way to go. I believe the countries doing much more on blue economy. They even go up to 15 to 17 or 18% of their GDP as a percentage of overall GDP, the blue economy percentage. The issue, of course, remains is that we need to not only carry forward such interactions, but also that we probably need to look at this knowledge gap which we just discussed before conclusion, which I think is also adding a little bit of apprehension, or let's say hesitation on part of the industry. So that's something which we need to work together. And one of the discussions I believe which happened during the deliberations, one good idea which I think was that public-private partnerships in blue economy could be the way forward. When India looked at infrastructure and many more slightly, I would say, complex opportunities like this, I think India's PPP model has shown us the way. So that's something we should look at. So before I formally conclude and for the day, I would just like to once again formally thank Ambassador Bhatia, Ambassador Mudgal himself. They've been mentors for FICCI's blue economy work, and of course Professor Raju and Dr. Vijay Sapuja are the other two members contributing deeply. As always, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung has been our very strong partner in all such initiatives, and especially when we are looking at initiatives like blue economy, which require support from organizations like CAS. So Peter and Pankaj, thanks for not only being there today, but also supporting us continuously. Special thanks do remain for TERI and NMF. I think it's you curated this whole series of programs very well, and we really take pride in partnering with you for these programs. With this, I think just thanks to all participants, to all the panelists and members of the media, and of course also all the participants who are actually just listening to us on YouTube. Before I end, just do keep in mind that the fourth webinar in this series, which will be on Indo-Pacific and blue economy, this will be organized by NMF on 18th of December. Sorry for this, on 18th of December. So you all are invited and you'll get formal invitations too. Thank you once again. Stay safe and stay well, all of you.
Pankaj wants to say something, please.
No.
No?
He said it. I thought he was not going to mention the December next event, but that is perfect.
No, I can't forget it.
So I thank you all. In fact, let's continue with this interaction to demystify blue economy. Because I think we are making a mistake of mystifying the whole thing. Let's demystify. Sustainability is good business. Let's do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for joining so early in the morning.
My pleasure. Thank you. I look forward to continuing, Manish, with our MOU and our work together.
Thanks.
Bye for now.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So we are signing off.